thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't let me tell you. You saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
You have land, Denis.
Yeah.
Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it.
If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around.
Yeah,
Why don't tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
He is himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament. So
he admitted that he bribed members of parliament.
Well, when he said
the government,
when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo ungekuwa umeenda mbali sana hii. So we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu waulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
SRC's mandate is constitutional. It's not an advice. It's actually something you must do.
Like now, you abandon, of course, the narrative of wheelbarrow, Mutua Mjengo, Mama Mboga, and all those, that rosy narrative.
Your expenditure is 3.3 trillion, and you're collecting only 2.5. Out of that 2.5, you're spending 1.8 trillion service loans and so forth.
That the CDF kit, it's in itself a symptom of corruption.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey.
How are you?
Me?
Salama?
Say it again.
Good morning. Imekataa?
Mekataa.
Imekubali?
Hapana.
Imekataa?
Mike's off dead. Hello. What's going on here? Hello. Mike's dead. Nothing. We can just say it out loud because what? Okay, it's being fixed. In the meantime, I'll be saying good morning to myself.
Say it to me.
Good morning, Denis Aseto.
Good morning, Okoh.
How are you doing this morning?
I'm good. Yourself?
I'm all right. I'm all right. People cannot hear you greeting me.
Are you kidding me?
No.
Okay.
I don't know what's going on, but perhaps it's being fixed. Okay. Now they've...
Iko sawa sasa.
Iko sawa sasa. Iko sawa kabisa. Leo asubuhi iko salama.
Salama, Salmin.
I'm very happy to see you this morning.
Yep.
How was your weekend?
I was busy.
Busy what doing?
Trying to build the galaxy.
You will not go to heaven. Why are you mocking the man of God?
I'm not. CBC is the reality. So you're told to build a galaxy.
Yeah. Because we've gone back to school.
Yes.
And things are going crazy.
Yes.
Already.
Nakwambia. Not easy, eh?
Not easy at all.
How are you?
I'm all right.
That pink is pinking, eh?
Thank you, sir.
That comes through sana.
Baby girl things.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel as though it's already like the third month of the year. We've only been through, 11 days of January.
12 actually. Today's the 12th day, yeah?
The 12th.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not yet over yet, but I feel like, we've come from...
It looks like you're about to go for holiday, man. Like Christmas, those 2 weeks.
You're already saying Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Merry Christmas. Merry Jolly Jolly.
Tupeleke pole pole tafadhali.
Mpia niko fiti. I'm just struggling with my allergies here and there.
Nini baya, by the way?
Yeah, I'm having crazy allergies, yeah. So it's, if you can see, my left eye is having a problem. But yeah, I'm on meds.
What do they say?
So yeah, it's just dust and pollen. Because in Migori, shoots have started coming out, flowering of plants and whatever. So I picked that up.
So it's an environmental one.
It's an environmental thing, man. Climate change is a reality.
Even for your eye.
Yeah, but feeling much better.
Jolly utapona. So long as you're doing what you need to do,
exactly,
you'll be fine.
I can see you. With both eyes.
That's good.
Yeah.
So long as you can see me, all those other things don't matter. Hey, how's everybody doing this morning? Karibu sana. Welcome to the 12th of January. This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. Denis Aseto, Okoh here as we're getting into things this morning. Awuor is here. Good morning to you. And Joyline is the one who fixed the sound, and the world must recognize. Joyline, how are you this morning? We're very glad that you're here as well. Karibu sana.
Joyline Bola.
Okay. I'm not sure what that means, but we'll go with it.
Yeah.
Happy for everybody who makes this show happen as we're able to get into it and have these conversations behind the microphone. But at the same time, there are many wheels that are turning in the background. So very happy that we're able to do this every morning with you all. So asanteni sana. And for all of you who tune into the broadcast every day, thank you. For audience on Spice 94.4 in Nairobi and different frequencies around the country in Malindi, Kisumu, Kakamega, Kericho, out into Eldoret. Everybody coming in to have this discourse with us every day. It means quite a thing. And even for those who are beyond the shores of Kenya and into the region and around the world, Karibu sana, our audience on KTN, everybody, getting into formation for us to have these conversations that are extremely important and to be plugged into some kind of discourse. Karibuni sana. And thank you for doing it. We know it's hot. The weather is hot in Kenya. But that notwithstanding, there are many things that we'll do, and we continue to do them to comfort the afflicted and afflict the comfortable, that we may all be operating in this ecosystem together. And because of that, we have certain conversations. Let me let you know what those will be today as we get into it. Right? So we'll start off, of course, at 7 o'clock with a conversation around issues today of the audit defiance that, in terms of how the country spends money and who does what. Is it incompetence or is it just we're not going to follow the law?
Yeah.
Dr. Luchetu Likaka is a governance expert. He'll join us at 7 o'clock. We're going to be looking into this. Auditor General, report after report after report. The control of budget, red flag after red flag after red flag. But does anybody bother?
Yeah.
Or is it just a fly on the wall kind of thing?
That's a question.
Yeah, 15 to 30 days and they'll keep quiet. Literally, the lifespan of a fly.
Yeah.
They'll keep quiet or they'll go away and then we can start all over again. We'll have that conversation at 7 o'clock because what? Some of those things we'll look into, guys. Who can you keep accountable? Dr. Dav Giatella is the Secretary General of the Kenya Medical Practitioners Dentists Union. Equity and expertise, integrating foreign doctors responsibly. Whereas this is an issue, there are very many issues as well within the medical space at the moment. There are quite a number of medical personnel who are on strike into the 20th day now, as well as, the thought of bringing in foreign doctors into the country. Again, what is the state of healthcare? Dr. Della will have that conversation with us at 8 o'clock. We're going to look into it because, my goodness. And then at 9 o'clock, Mrs. Sally Chetalam Kiprop is a principal at Sunshine Schools. From strong roots to future leaders across the board for education. This is what we'll be having a conversation about today at 9 o'clock. And she joins us there to then be able for us to go into some of those things. So that's what it looks like today. We'll look at money-wise government. We'll then look at the state of healthcare, and then we'll look into education. This is what we have in store today. Our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. And thank you for tuning in. And even when you listen to us on terrestrial radio, Karibuni Sana, and getting in on TV as well. So, what country are you taking us to this week?
The largest country in Africa and 10th in the world. You know that country?
Largest country, hold on. By population? By land mass?
By land.
Wait. Sudan?
Nope.
DR Congo?
Nope.
Wait. Namibia?
Nope.
Wait. I know this. Chad?
Nope.
In Africa? Sheesh. I don't know.
And 10th globally, Algeria.
Oh, by land mass.
Yes.
Algeria. Can we just all take a moment? Excuse me. How did I even forget this? Can we take a moment and recognize that the Super Eagles beat this Algeria that we're talking about just over this weekend? So yay. I just thought I'd mention that just in case anybody was wondering. Nigeria beat Algeria.
And over 80% of Algeria is covered by the vast Sahara Desert. So it is big, but majority of the country is actually a desert. And we talk about most of the coastal life. Most of Algeria's population lives in northern coastal region with the Mediterranean climate. And they speak they're known as the Berber. Many would call them the Berber, depending on where you went to school or where you come from, right? But from these amazing people, they say a friend is someone who shares your pains and your happiness.
Likelihood that if somebody's only sharing your happiness, they're not your friend.
True.
Yeah. I mean, I guess from personal experience is how that you can interpret that you think about the people who were sometimes even just there and were able to sit in silence with you when you had a tough moment, or even check up on you when things are not okay, or that we can check up on. Those are the people that we consider friends. And I think we can actually do a lot more for friendship. Even this year. We can do a lot more of that. We can be with people in tough times and we can be with people in good times. That's what tells it. Think about it. Tells who is a friend to you, and it tells who you are a friend to. Oftentimes when we think about who's been closest to me or who's helped me. But we can also think about it like, who have I helped? Who have I then been able to be there for?
To stand with, Yeah. So in interpretation of the same word, we would say, in terms of happiness, a lot of people would surround you, right? But in times of pain, when you need someone to be there with you, then that's the point where you get to know who was there with you and for you, especially during the times of pain. And from that, you're able to sieve and know who exactly is your friend. So one would say pain actually describes or tells you who your friend is.
Absolutely. Exactly. We see that you're all tuning in this morning. Let's say a quick good morning to you as we're getting into things today. Thank you for tuning in. For folks who it's, Sunday night and you should be getting into a place of rest and that you'd take a minute to then be able to, clock into the show. Karibuni sana and thank you. I say it so many times, we say it, but it's very important. Don Sabwa says, Ndu, good morning. Well done. You've started the week. It's great. Ask, and you've also said good morning to Aseto.
Good morning, Don Sabwa.
Ask Aseto, do we still have the well-described austerity measures?
Where? Let me tell you. You see that thing, austerity measures, ended after that press conference.
That
my
day.
friend, it moved
We're
on.
looking for 300 billion to mop up in the...
Let me tell you.
Okay.
They said that we needed to tighten our belts. One would have hoped that they would have gone for, those belts with holes all across, so that we can tighten it.
Yeah.
My friend,
We are
we
buying-
increased
We buy
the size of the
200,000 shilling
trouser.
belt.
Don't joke, bana.
It's true.
Yeah.
So don't tell, but there's your answer.
We started flying with 2 choppers. Now we're doing 13. Austerity measures on fleek. Yeah.
It's been a minute since I heard that phrase, but okay. Robert Tobago says, good morning from Mombasa. Team Tuko, Desmond Ortiz, good morning to you. Kisa Daniel says, good morning. Spice, Madam Ndu, yes. How was your weekend? My weekend was all right. Thank you so much. Walo sana.
Mr. President.
Eh?
Yeah.
Nini?
Hey, Mr. President 2027. Mr. Walo.
Mr. Walo.
Hey, don't joke.
Okay,
Yeah.
here we go.
Hey.
All right. Hiyo ndio tunasukuma. Okay. Happy Monday of the week, says Collins Kim Tai. Good morning to you. Peter Kiarie says, good morning from Mombasa. An apology opens a door that pride keeps shut. Kabisa. I'm telling you, I've always said that the people those humans that can actually, genuinely apologize.
Apologize, yeah.
You seem like you're weak, but you're not. You're strong.
Yeah.
You're strong. Those are, I can never apologize for what? You're weak, my friend. Weak.
It's like people who, in a confrontation, choose to walk away.
Yep.
They're not weak.
They're the strong ones.
Yeah,
You stay there fighting like
why
a pig.
would I be in a room where people are fighting? I choose peace. Walk away.
Kabisa. There, I agree, Kabisa. Bernard Nyaberi says, my addiction to spice imenishinda ya cannabis na heroin combined. Those are the addictions we like. Please.
Yes.
Just bring it.
It is healthy.
We put Kabisa. We enjoy you being here with us every morning. Hello, Princess Ndu. Good morning, Leo and Aseto. Welcome back to Utopia. Okay, where constipation has been fully dispersed. Oh, sorry. Where capitation.
Let's use constipation.
It would work.
It would work, actually.
It actually would work, but I'm sorry.
Especially if you combine that with Don Sabo's question.
Where capitation has been fully dispersed and the state is covering every child 100% and no levies or fee should be paid by parents. I know that is utopia, isn't it? Cyrus Yegon says, happy new week to you too, brother. And Carol Nyambura says, good morning, everyone. Now, Penda Sana, wishing you a blessed day ahead. Good one to you too. Leo says, again, welcome to Utopia, where one mouth says is country is on steady footing economically and citizenry are enjoying bumper harvests, where the other mouth announces 34 counties are facing hunger and drought.
Yet we have millions and millions of hectares in the name of Galana Kulalu.
Here.
Yeah.
Jimmy Munuthi says, good morning, Spice family. Let's talk about northeastern Kenya, where for the first time we've actually seen people coming out and they're saying, hey, it's true. It's true. We're actually having issues here. But we don't want to talk about those things because they're uncomfortable.
Yeah.
We don't want to discuss them because they are uncomfortable. That is it possible that trillions, since devolution, trillions of shillings have gone to counties that have continued to complain about underdevelopment? It's a very simple question, and people accused me last week of being rhetorical or being. It's a simple question. Over in trillions of shillings have gone into a particular region, and you cannot see where that money has gone. I have to ask, where did the money go?
It's that simple.
It's very simple.
And I think for you to get that answer, it's as easy as going to your member of parliament. Just go to the NGCDF website, go to your constituency, click on the projects, and see what has been done. There's a reason why today you look at Babu Owino, Ndindi Nyoro are performing well. You go to NGCDF, you see the work they have done. If your MP has nothing on that website, you have your answer on what you need to do.
You cannot tell me that county governments have been saying, oh, we've not been able to do what? We don't have functioning ECD. We don't have county referral hospital. We don't have this, that. Because what? Because the national government has ostracized us as part of the... No, come on, guys. We have to get away from this thing. I am the one who says here every day that government has to be accountable for what it does. But in this case, guess what? Every cycle...
Yes.
Wajir County, Marsabit County, Garissa County have been receiving funds like Kiambu, like Mombasa, like Migori, like Lamu, like Kericho. Like everybody else, they've been receiving money. Since 2013, when devolution came into being, what have you been doing with your money? Don't come and tell us, it took us so long because... No.
Let me tell you, one thing that devolution has done is, in the disbursement of these funds, marginalization has not happened.
So let's stop it.
Everybody has received the rightful share.
Absolutely.
What have you done with that? 1 trillion shillings to a region. Show us where the 1 trillion shillings is.
It's about time. On this one, I die on this sword.
I know.
On this one, you will not blame government and say, government has been keeping... We don't even feel like we're part of Kenya. Nope. Something else. Say something else. On this one, no. And they are vanguards of these funds. There are people who've been elected. There are county governments. There are county workers. There are the NGCDF. All of these things, it's there. So on that one, apana. No. Bwangi Juma says, how are you this Monday? We are fine. And you say to all the leaders built on devolved institutions in your county, build up devolved institutions in your county and stop complaining. I agree. Do the work. People have been given jobs to do. People have been given the funds to at least start. Just do the work and stop complaining. I agree. Stop it. It's enough. Just shut up and do your work. It's too much. Every day somebody whining and say, they've marginalized us. No, just do your work.
You will not come to tell me that you've been marginalized. You have received NGCDF, yet when you go to look at the projects you've done, you see zero. Shut up.
Just do your job.
Shut the freaking up.
And Jimmy says, it's out there. Lots of money lost. Does the Auditor General have offices there? She has given the reports. She's given the reports. She's talked about places where absorption of funds has not happened. She has. All right, clicking in on greetings to you this morning. Catherine Yambura says, good morning. Wishing you an amazing year ahead. My sister, amen. May it be the same for you as well. Bernie Ongema says, good morning, Situation Room team. Blessed day to everybody and to you too. Rahim Tula says, get well soon, Aseto.
Thank you, Rahim Tula.
Kabisa. Dancy Langat says, Aseto, don't mind the board as long as the engine is working. Oh, okay.
Okay, it's the eye.
Oh, sawa. Yakundi Emmanuel says, good morning, Team Spice. I hate seeing young people used by politicians to fight their brothers or just few coins. It's very annoying. You know what? I call it out when you see it. This is part of discourse. It is not good. And it's a basic right and wrong. It is not good. Before we even get to the deeper stuff, call it out when you see it. That is what actually sharpens. Iron sharpeneth iron. There's a reason why it's said. Good morning. It's Denis or Jennifer Tenyi. It's Denis who shares a birthday month with you. I beg you. Listing from Kikuyu. Eric Awuor says, good morning, guys. Ramtula Omar says, you people are agreeing with each other there. That's good. Linus Gitonga says, good morning. There she said, I meant Denis Kabisa. Isaac Ale, good morning. You say, the sun's up, coffee is hot, and the debates are already sizzling. Kabisa, turning up heat on our minds and moods, sharp takes, bold voices, and that unmistakable spice energy. Let's stir the pot proper. Ahmed says, good morning, Ndu and Aseto. Everyone, character is more important than rank. Just saying. Very true. Dr. Venvik says, good morning and happy new year to you too. Rogers Nyange says, good morning. Listening in from Bidikani in Voi. Emily Osena says, good morning. Great day, great week. We just need to style up as Kenyans. Rules, guidance are meant to help us live in harmony. True. Just need to do better. Come on. Good morning, great team. Good morning to you, Musema Okweli. Ndindi Nyoro says Kasongo has killed education in Kenya, and parents pay school fees are directed by IMF and World Bank colonizers. Then we have 12 billion to State House and 3 billion to education. Well,
people must sleep well.
Yep. Thomas Omosa, we see you. Good morning. Good morning to you, Baba. 3 girls. How are your girls this morning? True friends stand out during the challenging times in your life. Karibuni Kinanye Athiriva, our new Karen. Cindy Felix. All right. We see you. Good morning. Good morning. Would be kind enough to ask the producer to upload the video from Friday's conversation with the doctors. Ogeno on Monday, it should be there. Some people need to hear that conversation on physiotherapy. Was that uploaded? Perhaps it's something we can ask because people want to come back and then be able to watch it. Awuor. Bwangi Juma is also saying to all parents, stop schools that only renovate school, including toilets. Okay, I'm not sure. Aguto Ogembo says, good morning. Let Northeastern leaders explain where the money is. It's true. Over 3 trillion and yet pupils are still learning under trees. Come on. Since 2015, Northeastern has received over 1 trillion shillings. Since 2013, actually. They can't show any schools or projects they've done. I mean, come on.
I mean, this is the time when Kenyans need to take these people like piñatas and beat them proper.
And if it took Rigathi Gachagua, call him whatever you want.
Yeah.
Oh, he's spent cartridge, I don't know, he's making noise. He's brought out something here that people have to ask the question about.
Yeah.
He's brought up something that you have to ask the question.
It's that simple.
We ask the question here when members of parliament from Wajir come here. The governor, Turkana, here. We ask the question, excuse me. You people are still here complaining that you're being marginalized. The money they gave you did not reach your account.
Yeah.
Since 2013, over the last 12 years, money has not reached your account. 12 years of receiving billions of shillings.
Yeah.
What have you done? Come on.
You see, even the question is, even the members of parliament who are complaining today, one would ask the question, where is these message that you took to the floor of the house and demand that schools be built in your area? If you have not done that on the floor of the house, what are you doing? Go home.
In fact, nobody has a right.
Yeah.
Nobody right now. Call me what you want to call me. Today, nobody has a right to complain about William Ruto's government. Especially members of parliament who are standing and saying marginalization.
Shut up.
Nobody has a right to complain about William Ruto's government. If you have been given money for development in your county and you've not done anything with it, then you want to come and say William Ruto's government has marginalized me.
Remember,
beat you.
The court said CDF is illegal. Members of parliament are fought to have that money. What have they done with it?
You have to ask.
Today, take those MPs like piñatas, hang them on the
beat
tree,
them till
beat
something
them
comes.
proper until something comes, until you get those answers. Yeah.
Let's blame William Ruto's government for other things.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Like
But
going to
this one-
Singapore.
that
But schools
one
in your area.
Nah. This one, hapana. Hapa?
Nah.
Jack, good morning to you. Good morning from Paddington in London, says Ambassador Beja. Good morning to you. And also, very good morning to Stephen Condoro. Most Kenyans are still mentally colonized, still thinking in Nyayo era, Jomo Times psychology, I beg your pardon. You still here? Tunaomba serikali ingi. I agree. Come on, we need to move. We also need to discuss Iran as well. We'll be having a conversation around Iran this week, actually, coming out from the embassy, because there's something. There is definitely something. Kotsilo, he says, good morning. Please invite Dr. Dan Gikonyo to shed some light on his herbal treatment. Are you taking the treatment? Let's get through this quickly. Heronina Accepted says, I salute you all. Kabisa Mtuflani, good morning. Karibu sana, where have you been? You've decided to move from Lamentations to Civic Education in 2026. Hii Kenya ni yangu, kabisa. Njao, good morning. Finya kabisa. I mean, wouldn't let politicians tribalize this one. No. This one you will not tribalize. No way. Hawa says good morning. And anything lately? Good morning from freezing Shanghai. I see Speed is doing good ads for Kenya.
Yeah, that one.
Good morning, great team, says Sheila. The marginalized narrative has grown old. It has. Devolution was meant to address this. Can these tasks with implemented just do their work? Come on. Kabisa. Boniface says, good morning, wapambane na hali zao hapo kwa mashule. Okay, good morning, everybody. And this is what we're talking about. We will not stand for some nonsense.
No.
It cannot continue.
Let's call it that. It's nonsense.
Nonsense.
Post.
Tell us some other things.
You know, in Eldoret, whenever someone would do something that is annoying, you just hear, Toka hapa.
Speaking of which, on the front page of Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard, the headline today, Jeanette's rough ride. That's what is there. And as the country gradually gets used to referring to the country's most vibrant politician in past tense, the after effects of Raila Odinga's demise in October last year are turning into a nightmare for some who appear to have hung on to his coattails and make a political career through ODM. National Assembly Minority Leader Jeanette Mohammed continues to be hit by myriad accusations, from never winning any nominations in Migori to using his closeness with Baba to cause problems for others, as some revive old quarrels. And we're hearing from Sam Atandi, who is the Alego Usonga Member of Parliament. All these allegations are total rubbish, he says. Ask yourself how much was required to pay presidential agents across the country. Who gave out the money? Okay. Karoli Amonde, who's the Super South MP, says, I was at State House talking to the head of civil service where Jeanette found me in deep conversation with Felix Koskei. He got angry and asked how I got there without his blessings. Wololo.
I bless you. I bless you to enter State House. That's another piñata that needs to be beaten up proper.
Sheesh. Meanwhile, while you were sleeping or awake or whatever it is that you were doing, another building that is under construction came down in Karen, opposite Karen Community Church. Nini. Remember last week when we said, you know what, it is time. Some people who head certain dockets, you got to pack your bags and you got to be going home. We look into that one. 8 students from slums, insecurity-prone regions tell their stories, what's going to happen to them. New dawn as CBE learners join senior school. That is happening today, the 12th of January. Growing concern over inequality as 47,798 candidates score an E. And State House slap exposes Jeanette's troubles in ODM as cracks open. MPs lodge probe into state 244 billion shilling Safaricom stake. And those questions are being asked inside the construction process and why some buildings collapse with the second building down in as a many number of weeks. Ruto opposition set for a rematch in next month's by-election. Did you know that there was another by-election next week? There is. We're looking at the Isiolo South parliamentary seat as well as MCA positions in West Kabras Ward in Malava, Kakamega County, and Muminji and Awuor wards in Mbere North. This is Mbere North place. Anyway, so by-elections continue next week. Treacherous rocky road to Singapore. Ruto must be ready to navigate. This is a story by Caleb Atemi on page 8 and 9 of the Standard. Quite a lot going on. Ugandans go to the polls this week. 15th and 16th is what is being called for to be a public holiday in Uganda. And it will see whether Yoweri Kaguta Museveni will come back as president. I don't even know how many terms this is. I don't think he can remember.
Have you seen the deployment that has been that has happened in Uganda? Military on the roads just flexing.
Yep. So it'll be interesting to watch what happens in Uganda come Thursday, Friday. We'll have an eye on that as well. So that's what it kind of looks like in the Standard. Get yourself a copy of the Standard, your bold newspaper, as well as the Standard e-paper, which you can access online. And have that at the click of a button. Over to you, sir.
Let's go to the Daily Nation. Why we won't be joining grade 10. This is a picture of students out there. And as thousands of students report to their new schools today, a different reality confronts many of their peers across the country. Despite excelling in the Kenya Junior School Education Assessment, they now face a painful truth. Their academic success may not lead to progression to senior school because their families cannot afford what again? School fees. Yeah. ODM convenes meeting amid Oburu Oyster plot. Now, the political infighting within ODM has escalated with the party set for a critical crisis meeting amid an alleged plot to oust Siaya Senator Oburu Oginga as party leader. Over the weekend, we saw Oburu say that he will call the NDC and go head on in retaining the position as party leader. And Kenya keeps the overall title, but rivals closing gap. Now, Kenya topped the medal standings for the third consecutive time at the World Athletics Cross Country Championships in Florida, US, but there was a marked decline. Now, Ruto to mount Kenya voters, I will not abandon you. Ona tunaenda 2027 na tunaenda Singapore pia. Tunaenda pamoja. I will not abandon you.
Okay.
Now 50-year-old father gets D+ in KCSE while his son scores a B- One would say everybody who sat the KCSE, regardless of your performance, you did well. You did well. And 1.3 million learners join a senior school today amid teacher facilities shortage. It's another thing that we've been talking about, the preparation in admitting these students. What have we done? Where did we go wrong? And DCI probes cartel swindling teachers. So there's a cartel in Naibia Walimu. Trained teachers seeking employment with the Teacher Service Commission have lost a staggering 46 million shillings to cartels hawking fake appointment letters, a court was told on Friday. So, and you want to go to Aseto Secondary School? Leta makaratasi utapata kazi. Before you know it, ghosts. Everywhere, ghosts. You know, why many house resolutions are not effected by ministries or state agencies. By house, they mean parliament, right? So ministries do not effect decisions that have been made in the August House. One would ask the question, why? If it is, again, the House that also goes forward to allocate funds that goes into these ministries. But when it comes to other policies, ministries are reluctant in effecting them. Question is, why? Impunity, call it for what it is. Which way ODM party chief said for crisis talks today? We wait to see what that will come out with. And Arati, sticking with Ruto, is ODM's path to power in 2027. So if you stick with Ruto, how does ODM end up to power? Or is Ruto ending up to power?
I don't know. Let me just behave myself.
Yeah. Kihika Karanja headed for legal fight over graft claims.
Yeah, that's been brewing for a long time.
Yeah, that has been brewing for a long time. Let's just see how that goes. And the JSC seeks more powers to discipline errant judges. But JSC has always disciplined judges, no?
Okay, let's put it like this. JSC is meant to, as the commission, discipline errant judges.
Okay.
To Nawe Chapo.
To a chapo?
Yeah.
But a commission can only absolve a judge or recommend removal through a tribunal. So they were just wanted to say, wewe, upatikana na shida, togawa.
Are we having an elderate moment this morning?
That reminds me a lot of my high school moments, man. Yeah. Let's look at the story.
All right. Looking at stories making star headlines this morning. Law and medicine are the preferred courses for KCSE top performers. Not surprising at all. And of course, because we saw the release of KCSE results last week on Friday. Look, you know what I want to do this morning? I want to commend one Senator Boni Khalwale.
Yes.
All of his children, all have gone to public schools.
Yes.
All of his children have gone to public schools. And he has taken the time every time when they are going to school and when they have finished to tell people the school they went to, how they performed, and thank the school administration.
Yeah.
How many of the leaders today can you say have taken their children to public school?
Habari yenu wa Kenya, mimi kama Denis Aseto nimekuja kuambia mimi. I just learned it the other day. You know, Swahili is very yes.
How many of them? Boni Khalwale.
Zero.
I say it today because every time I used to see exam results come out, then I see Allah. Boni Khalwale is congratulating another child and congratulating another child, and now when the school term starts, he's talking about how he's taking children to school. Call anybody what you want, but if there's anybody who is saying that we have to make the system work, it is him.
It is him. And he's actually telling you it can be done.
And he's not.
It is being done.
And yes, he has sent children to Alliance. He's also sent children to schools in Kakamega. He has sent children to schools in different parts of the country.
Yes.
His children, his own children, plus those that he's taking care of. Can you emulate? I could go on, but time does not allow. So, law and medicine, highest chosen courses by KCSE top performers. Are we surprised? No. And I dare say that a lot of these law and not all, not even in the majority, but a lot of these selections are being done for parents.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Nakuget.
Unaniget? My father wants me to be a lawyer.
Yes.
My mother says I must be a doctor.
But I really want to be a mechanic.
Or an engineer,
I
or
want to be
whatever.
a carpenter. By the way, soon I'm going to be a carpenter, so yeah, I'm going to open a shop soon.
Oh, you're going to do the furniture thing? Okay. So,
2026. Kusema nakutenda.
Tuko January. Then you cannot disgorge me from Mount Kenya, Ruto tells Gachagua. Yote unasema mimi and Mount Kenya, we are identical twins. Okay, so Agnes Chebet wins world cross-country title in Florida. Malnutrition reduces physical strength and mental capacity. Poor diets take 400 billion shilling toll on Kenya's economy. So you don't do well, so you don't show up at work. You have to go to hospital, get treated, all of this. Just eat right is basically what we are being told.
Yeah.
Banks dominate dividends yield as NSE hits a new high. NSE is not doing too badly. And health crisis is what we're looking at now in terms of how people are eating. And that we have to do more to take care of these diseases later. So the point is, eat well now.
It all starts in the gut.
Yeah, absolutely. So that we don't have to deal with these issues tomorrow. Credit access by small businesses push economic growth in counties. We know this. And former DP declares unity with Uhuru as he consolidates the Mount Kenya base. The weekend is always a very interesting one. And people say things and go places when they go to church. Okay. Now, you see, this ODM thing.
Yes.
If where there is smoke, there is fire. And that it seemed as though they had a conversation after the involvement of Mama Ida Odinga.
Yeah.
But people went to see others, visit. Aladwa is shouting here. Oh, the party
Dolo
leader
is talking
Dolo is
here.
also making noise. The party leader is talking about how no, cannot have this. Let them come. See wanataka NDC. We will go for NDC and see what will happen. Just making. Is it the clicks of a dying horse? Kicks of a dying horse.
You see that example that you've given of smoke. In any engine, they always use smoke to show where the problem is at. Use that information what you
Iko
mean.
shida bwana. We don't want to say it as it is. There's a problem, and this problem is it. Will you fix it? It's like God says. It's like He says, "What God has brought together, let no man put asunder." However, it is not everything that God. It's not everything that you stay there. Where Denis Aseto Leo? Wait, Joyline, what did you put in Denis's tea? It is not everything that God has put together.
Yes.
That's just what
I'm just come asunder.
Yeah. Some just come asunder. So, come on. We have to have proper conversations here about what's going on. The Business Daily tells us that landowners will eye a windfall as 48 billion shillings is set aside for SGR. You know what happens with a major infrastructure like that is that the folks who own land along the corridor usually are compensated because their land will be taken up. So 48 billion shillings has been set aside. Whether it will reach them is a totally different story. Ministry is hit by the exit of 18,674 employees in 3 years. It's okay. Because the hardest hit on the consolidated fund after debt payment is overheads, in this case salaries and emoluments. Okay. Hardest hit in terms of less numbers, but do you have the money to take care of it? That's what it tells us on the Business Daily today. Can we look into a couple of stories? Let's look at one of the stories in the Standard today. So AFCON, we're going into the semi-finals.
Semis, yeah.
Where Nigeria plays Morocco and Egypt plays... What? Anyway, all of them four are there. Cote d'Ivoire is out because Egypt finished them. Algeria is out because Nigeria did like that. Is Cameroon?
No, Cameroon
is out.
Yeah.
So it is Nigeria plays Morocco.
Senegal?
Egypt plays Senegal.
Yeah.
Good man. Thank you very much. So that's what happens. Coming in from Tuesday.
I want Nigeria, man.
Oh, do you have a choice?
I don't. I don't. Nigeria all the way.
You don't have a choice. Okay. I want to look into this story. New dawn as CBE learners join senior schools. There's still many students as of this morning who are not quite sure what senior school they will be joining. There are quite a number who've made it. The reality that there is a girl in Machakos County who has been called to a day high school in Kericho is imagery for the number of others who are in that position and they had to scramble about to find a school.
Yeah.
We seem to be tumbling down the hill so long as we get there. The government has reaffirmed its readiness to roll out grade 10 under the competency-based education system. Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Ogamba has assured parents, teachers and learners that measures are in place to ensure a smooth transition into senior school despite earlier challenges that have dogged the reforms. Okay, earlier challenges, I'm just asking. Okay. As the first cohort under the CBE prepares to join senior school starting today, the CS noted that the shift represents a defining moment in Kenya's education history. It does, marking the formal transition from the long-standing 844 system to a skills-oriented and learner-centered model. On paper, absolutely, it does. Ogamba said the move to CBE is a deliberate departure from exam-centered learning towards nurturing competencies, values, and practical skills relevant to the 21st century. I'm going to stop there because while that may be true, another truth exists. You know what? These KCSE results, the exam and how people performed, is the benchmark that people are using to try and get their children into the schools where these high performers are coming from. True, false?
True.
Because when we're talking about trying to get away from an exam-centered or an exam-based performance, the truth of the matter is that the exam result is an indicator for where parents will send their children.
Whichever way you want to look at it.
Until we have a complete divorce, no coming back for a visit kind of thing from this exam-centered, it is going to take a long time. Even this thing we talk about decategorization of schools, until you make sure that the school that is in the middle of Dallas, in Dalani, until you make sure that that school can perform and has all the same equipment as Kabarak here, until you can do that, we are going to have the same problem. Until somebody sits in as they're contemplating which school to go to, that they can say, yes, I am okay going to Garissa High School, just as I'm okay going to Sunshine, just as I'm okay going to Dallas High. Until you can have that conversation, this thing is not going to be a reality. Until people will say, okay, people are waiting for KCSE results for two things. Number one, to see where their child scored. Number two, to see which school they came from so that you can send other students there. Let's have a real conversation about this thing. That decategorization and then the reducing of grading like this.
And then you see, even as we talk about decategorization, there's no way we're fighting decategorization when the ministry itself has come out with A schools, B schools, C schools. Clearly, you're categorizing schools.
From the ministry, it has to start and say everybody's on the, and then now start.
Exactly.
This thing this CBE, number one, needs funding. If you're not ready to put your money where your mouth is, just
shut up.
Hey.
Implement the thing. Because all you're doing, Ndu, if you realize about the CBE, right? It has always been a lot of talk and no walk. We need to start walking this talk, you know. Because at the end of the day, we're saying decategorization will be a thing of the past. Then the ministry comes forth and starts categorizing schools. You know what I mean? We talk about investing into the same. What exactly do we mean by investing into education? Has capitation gone into schools? No. Have teachers been employed? No. We talk about retooling. What exactly went into retooling for teachers to be ready for CBE? Do teachers today understand about CBE? You know, how do you rate a child who wants to be a pastor and all they need to do is pray? How will they score that? Have you been trained on dealing with that?
I don't want this to seem as though it is not a good, because look at the system whereby what you're insisting on is a wholesome education where you're able to pinpoint the strengths of a student. I think it is very good.
It is.
Because then, number one, the interests of a learner, their core capabilities, what they're able to do, is likely what they're going to gravitate towards. So in that sense, the education system, I think, is stellar. But you cannot employ that education system if you're not going to do everything you need to do to ensure that it works optimally. Suboptimal is not an option here.
It is not.
If it cannot work optimally, you'd rather not get into it, because you cannot get to the middle of the lake and decide, okay, the boat is not working, let's see if we can swim. No,
you can't.
No, you can't.
I mean, the biggest, for me, spending vote on government books right now should be education, because this is a new system with new infrastructure, with the new approach altogether. This has to be the single most expensive thing that the government of Kenya has to do today, and it has to be seen. It is just not on paper. Even when we pass budgets with 700 billion shillings that is meant for education, we need to understand what that 700 billion shillings is meant to do. We know salaries is one of them, but how about improving on infrastructure? Hello, Waishimi or Northeastern?
They're telling me now that you have a shack. There are people who are going to high school.
Yeah.
And you've come from... Look. No.
CBE and others are learning under a tree today. Iko shida.
It's annoying. No, guy. My father used to say, okay, fine. These people, they're going to steal. But at least try. That part of the money that they gave you, we can see what you did with it. These are the things that we're talking about. And these are the fundamentals that I speak about. It's good to go to Singapore.
It is.
It's very good.
It is.
But these are the things that I'm talking about. It is not possible that you want to go to Singapore, but meanwhile, you have a section of your people who are doing this kind of nonsense now, for example, and that children are learning in a shack, and then you want them to go and compete in a world stage.
Or children who are unable to join schools because their parents cannot afford school fees. Today.
It's a today situation.
When the government of Kenya said, the constitution says it is a basic right to access education. And again, we say education is free, but there are parents who are no longer able to pay for... Anyway, mina sema tu.
Na tulisema tutalament. All right, that's where we are at 7 a.m. Good morning.
It is now 7 a.m. with ICEA Lion. Protect your today, securing your tomorrow.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM. Spice FM, Nakuru.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who are initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't... Let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
You have land, Denis. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it.
If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around. Why? Tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
You have land, Denis. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it.
If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around. Why? Tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow
I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 4 minutes after 7 o'clock and getting into Kenya's biggest conversation on this Monday morning, and coming in from a weekend where you have to ask yourself, okay, so did I do what I was supposed to do in terms of getting my planning right? You're asking yourself the question as you sit and have conversations with people in terms of what you're doing, getting into the future, and you think that perhaps you've not gotten it quite right. But you don't have to worry too much about that, because you know what? Welcome back, where you're killing it, you're sorting yourself out, you're crushing your goals, and you're making moves. But be honest with yourself for a second. Do you ever have that moment, that internal voice that says, everyone else has a plan, but me, I really need to get my act together? You do have that moment, don't you? That feeling of needing to get your future a lockdown is real. But listen, getting a plan doesn't have to be intimidating. It doesn't have to be elitist. And that's why I'm talking about ICA Lion. They're cutting through the noise and also making sure that financial planning is relatable. Whether you're just starting out or looking to secure a comfortable retirement, they have plans to make all of this come together for you, to help you build your wealth, to protect your assets, and to prosper with retirement security. So stop worrying about the future and start planning for it. Get the easy personal plan that works for you. The question is, what's your plan? And find out the answer at icealion.co.ke. And as you've come off the weekend, some of you have spent some money, haven't you? Well, you know what? Let me introduce you to that thing that you can do where you spend money and that you can also be a winner as well. And it is winning this morning with the KCB card. And you're going to ask me, how do you do that? Well, let me tell you. Let's talk about a once-in-a-lifetime chance to win a dream getaway. The places where you've seen in the pictures, you've been on Pinterest, you've been where. You can get this all thanks to the KCB winning card. Now, this is how it works. When you shop, when you're buying groceries, when you're buying fuel, when you're grabbing lunch, whatever it is that you're doing, just pay with your KCB card. Simple as that. And you get a chance to enter weekly, monthly, and grand prize draws. Weekly winners walk away with 10,000 shillings. Monthly winners walk away with 100,000 shillings. And you also get a chance to enter into the draw for holiday getaway to Zanzibar for 2. This includes flights, it includes accommodation, and exciting excursions. So remember, paying with your KCB card isn't just safe and convenient. It will make you a winner. The more you pay with your KCB card, the better your chance of winning. So use your KCB card today, the winning card. Remember that terms and conditions apply, but also remember that KCB Bank is for people and it is for better. All right, we're getting into conversations this week. The Auditor General's office has been a very busy one, as has been the Controller of Budget, and we have to ask our questions. Okay, people don't seem to be listening to what she's saying, to what both of these ladies are saying, and the question is why. We get into a conversation this hour, and joining us in order for us to have that this morning is Dr. Luchetu Likaka, who is a governance expert, and he's in the hot seat this morning. Good morning, Doc.
Morning to you.
How are you doing this morning?
Doing well and happy to be here. This is the new year.
It is.
We look forward that we are going to see progress and development in all spheres. Yeah, despite all the challenges that we are facing.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're what's the word? You're optimistic.
I have to. There is no turning back, because when I look at what is happening in the country, unless we encourage ourselves, especially the 359,000 students that have scored very low marks. having been relegated by the system, I have to be optimistic and encourage them that indeed tomorrow will be better.
Okay. Yeah, Michael Jackson sang a song like that, but you remind me of that. As we start off into that, Denis has taken us to Algeria this week. I would love to hear your interpretation.
The largest country in Africa by land, 10th in the world. They are heavy on fossil fuels, primarily exports fossil fuels, and making petrol cheaper than water in some areas. You know, they are also, they just left the Africa Cup of Nations, thanks to Nigeria.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I just had to say that because else this place will not be at peace. But as well, they give us proverbs. And the proverb this morning, a friend is someone who shares your happiness and your pains. How would you interpret it?
Indeed, a friend should be someone that will be there for all the seasons. And very often we find ourselves in a situation where our friends are only there to celebrate the joy with us, but less in pain. But then it's good that we actually stand through, even when we go through challenge, that friends actually stand with us so that we are all round. And that is good for humanity.
Yeah, well said, well put.
Kabisa. And getting into it this morning in terms of our conversation, when we look at audit defiance, incompetence or arrogance at the top, and I guess we can start from that question before we get into the nitty-gritty. Audit defiance, that one would assume that when an audit is done, in this case on a national scale, from the Auditor General's office, or even from, you know, a flag that is put up by the Control of Budget, where she says, hang on a minute, this money that you asked us, because that's what she does. Control of Budget says, okay, according to budget, this kind of money is supposed to be released. We release it for this project. Then she says, Allah, you guys didn't do this, so what's happening? Then she raises that flag. In most cases, the Auditor General will pick it up and they do the reporting and they see, we've seen that there's wastage of money here. We've lost this amount of money. We've seen that absorption of money is, close to nothing. Control of Budget says we've seen zero to no development in this number of counties. And they go back and forth, these two ladies in their offices, giving out all this information. One would expect that you don't want to be on the naughty list. But people end up on the naughty list all the time. But it doesn't matter. What are we seeing? Is it just like, okay, whatever, say whatever you want, we're going to continue doing this? What should it mean?
Actually, it's a concern because we need to ask ourselves, why did we establish the office of the Auditor General? And this is actually provided for in the Constitution. What we are seeing is actually defiance. And defiance in this case, leading us to a situation where we are getting into a governance crisis, which is actually perennial, in the sense that the Auditor General does not respond to cabinet secretaries or the president, but responsible to Kenyans as per the Constitution. And therefore, the reports are actually consumed by the parliament. This defiance, and I want to say this, that an apple doesn't fall far from the tree. So the concern here would be, why would they have this kind of collaboration in terms of defiance at that level? It means there's a problem. And the challenge we are facing here is actually impunity. To the extent that actually, when you defy the Auditor General report, you are basically defying the electorate. You are defying our own institutions. That is going to lead to us losing trust in Parliament. And that's where the challenge comes in. Because when you ignore this, and actually the ignoring is not the problem. The problem is actually perpetuating impunity and therefore drawing us to a situation where we are getting into a serious governance crisis.
Okay, but some of the things that are said are extremely serious. When she says that there has been zero development in a country, in a county, for example, this is the reason why counties were created in the first place. It was for development of certain regions of the country that devolution as a concept came into existence in 2013.
Right.
And then funds came from the national government in treasury to to these devolved units in order for development to occur. So now, if from the books there is no development, is this not a serious thing? And we seem to just kind of, brush it away like, okay, okay. Is this not a serious thing?
It is that serious. Let me tell you, today, even as we are sitting here to have this conversation, probably the cabinet secretaries should have actually stepped aside. But what does it mean? It means basically that there's a problem from the top. The defiance and the disrespect to the rule of law, what we are lacking here is actually missing the rule of law. We are actually missing respect for institutions. That's what provided for within the Constitution. When you get deeper to this report, it's actually saying, as a country, we are actually celebrating impunity because we allocate money. The recommendations are made by the auditor. We do not act on them. And it's business as usual. Remember, she made these recommendations. 1 year down the line, no changes have been done. And we have situations, for example, where Madare Hospital has actually been allocated 1.8 billion, but they have to account through the ministry as opposed to being given the autonomy to actually operate. And that's just one of the examples. And again, what does this mean? It means the common mwananchi, or we as Kenyans, cannot access the services, because when devolution was actually brought about, and we do appreciate the efforts that were there and what we have achieved this far, but we are not getting the fruits because a few people who are holding public office are not actually ready for accountability. When we look at the auditor's report, it's actually a mirror on how we are supposed to govern ourselves, as opposed to seeing it as a political tool. And that's why she submits a report to Parliament and not to the executive. So it's a consumption for all of us. We, the people, are actually auditing ourselves through her office. And therefore, we need to hold anybody defying this to actually answer.
But, Dr. as the Auditor General does her job and submits these reports to the August House, which is a representation of the people, right? One would then ask the question, if this has been delivered to members of Parliament who are then supposed to query that report and ask relevant questions, even call for prosecution of individuals who have embezzled funds or who cannot respond to these queries. Has Parliament failed Kenyans in doing its job in making sure that taxpayers' money is accounted for?
Let me be very candid with you. Our parliament is actually a rubber stamp parliament. That's why they are being recalled to come and pass some of these laws that will ensure that we actually start selling some of our national assets. The challenge we face is that Parliament has actually failed in its role, because Parliament has the same powers as the High Court. The Parliament can actually summon the specific cabinet secretaries, hold them accountable, and even sanction the same. And again, the buck stops with the president, because the president also reads these reports. And these are advisors to the president. And therefore, when they fail to deliver or perform as per the law, therefore, the buck stops with the president, despite the fact that I am aware that our Parliament is actually captured.
Okay. The Auditor General goes, by the time an Auditor General is selected, the Auditor General has not always been a part of government. Since the time, though, that there has been an Auditor General, this individual is selected by the president? Appointed?
He's actually appointed after a process that takes through the public service.
Yes.
And therefore, he's given a few names or whatever they recommend. That's the point that actually is actually appointed.
Okay. So the president and the executive and the government are aware that this individual has been appointed by them to essentially put out checks and balances on spend. They know.
That is it.
Okay. So if that's the case, how is it possible that when this person that you've essentially hired to do this, to become the chief accounting authority for government, when it comes to how you spend money, says things like, and it's very long, this report, but having been able to go through it, that there are problems in terms of how the government spends its money, that there are issues on where this money actually goes. And I just want to share, billions have been flagged as unaccounted for poorly managed funds. We're talking about missing service level agreements. We're looking at questionable transactions. We're looking at including for payment providers, potential misuse and weak controls. We're looking at an underfunding of schools, public schools, a massive underfunding of schools. We're looking at financial government crisis at the National Youth Service, again, still till 3.3 billion shillings. We're looking at questionable loans burdening taxpayers. 153 billion shillings in questionable state loans with discrepancies in records and repayment tracking, shifting repayment burdens to the National Treasury, procurement and contract irregularities, systemic weakness across agencies. I mean, it goes on and on and on. She's pointed out, and it's not just her, we often think that it's just her, but there's a whole fleet of folks who work on these things and comb through for counties, for constituencies, for government departments, for ministries and their departments across board. How is it that wherever she looks, there's a problem and we are not able to deal with that issue, or we just don't want to, but we're looking for money?
The reality is that we have a problem as a country in terms of accountability. We are not honest as a government, as a people. We basically budget to steal. And that's why we have a problem in terms of disengaging on the levels of autonomy for these agencies under different ministries, for example. We still have the same problem under counties where they have established municipalities, around 45 of them. 45 counties have actually established municipalities, but they basically fund-stricken. These are also challenges we are facing when it comes to disbursement of funds to the county governments. So we are seeing a problem running through from the national government to counties to the state agencies, and there's basically no accountability. Why? Auditor's report is actually an indictment in terms of our governance problem. It's a challenge because there are many elements of mismanagement of funds. For example, IFMIS, a number of monies have actually been lost. A lot of money is lost through IFMIS. No evidence of those transactions that actually keep on changing here and there, or those ones that have actually deleted in the system. But then, whom are we holding accountable? The cabinet secretary is basically a political appointment. We have the permanent secretaries. We have got advisors within those ministries. We have got qualified Kenyans working within those agencies that provide this information, and they see where the loophole is. The challenge is we do not have the political will to ensure that administratively we are delivering services. And I find it quite disturbing that we are thinking about, for example, Singapore, and we actually have such challenges.
It's crazy.
So the question is, are we likely to get there if we don't really seal those loopholes?
Oh, I can tell you now. Now, there is nowhere that it's not good. You're not going. I'll explain. We saw some pictures over the weekend, and this fills in right into this conversation that just getting into the weekend, call him what you want to call him, social pariah, whatever the case may be. But Rigathi Gachagua said, you know what? Come on, guys. There's no reason why a student from Northeastern should not be able to go to a school in Northeastern. That why do we have to cut them across the country? And the answer to that question is that because you do not have adequate education institutions in Northeastern, in your counties, right? Yeah. And that brought about a reality for many people. And they said, hold on a minute. Perhaps what the Auditor General has been saying all this time is actually true. Let me give you some numbers. All right?
Go ahead.
Okay. Now, we're looking at money that has been received by these counties, and this is just an example, because we can do it in other parts of the country as well, and set it up vis-a-vis the development agenda that has been seen. Now, this is equitable share. Remember that there are no counties that get above the other. This is equitable share. Now, since 2013 to 2024, all counties cumulatively received about 3.6 trillion shillings in equitable share. Mandera County received 116.4 billion shillings. Wajir County 94.1 billion. Garissa County 80 billion shillings. Marsabit County 74.2 billion. Isiolo 45.5 billion shillings. All right. The total for the three core of Mandera, Wajir, and Garissa was 290 billion. We also saw that there were additional funds that counties receive besides equitable share, such as conditional grants for specific programs, own source revenue, and development partner funds, but these are not always aggregated the same way as the equitable share. For reference, Mandera, Wajir, and Garissa together received an additional 15 billion shillings in recent years from a specific development allocation program. This was also found in the Auditor General's report for 2025 data. Okay? This is money that has been received by the counties.
Yeah.
But interestingly enough, we are told that these counties continue to be marginalized in terms of development. Roads, county function in some cases. Generally, national government function. Schools in some cases, county function. Also, constituency function when it comes to that development. Is it possible, because the Auditor General has also flagged some of these counties, that in terms of the 80 billion shillings that Marsabit County has received, for example, that you are unable to see beyond payment of salaries, development that would equate, okay, let's even say 50% of it went to salaries, that you're unable to see development worth 40 billion shillings?
I will tell you, it's a very sad situation, indeed worrisome, in the sense that very often you'll find we tend to blame the former deputy president. But I think he has brought out a very candid and tough conversation that we are supposed to have as a country. Because all these monies that have gone to these counties cannot be accounted for. But then we can actually see that a good number of these leaders are actually based in Nairobi. They're in South C and South B. Nobody is holding them accountable. So unless we go back to start holding these leaders accountable, and that means implementing the recommendations of the auditor, for us to take some of these people to court. We could not continue whining and blaming others for marginalization while we basically marginalize ourselves. And that is actually goes to these northern frontier counties. Initially, yes, there was a problem. And that problem has been corrected by Equalization Fund and after devolution. For example, Turkana received the highest budget for water. But today, as we speak, we are actually facing a drought. Many Kenyans are likely to go hungry because of drought. Then what measures have we put in place? And nobody is holding these leaders accountable, but they are ready to come immediately and defend this on the basis of tribalism. So the question is, are we being honest as Kenyans to ask ourselves hard questions? And I want to congratulate, for example, the governor of Kiambu. Look at the level 6 hospitals that actually has constructed within this short period. What is happening in Kiambu? And then we have to leave this country to go benchmark elsewhere. Look at the dire situation in Siaya, for example. Look at the dire situation in South Nyanza. So these are concerns that probably we do not even need to go benchmark elsewhere. But internally here, look at the development that is taking place in Muranga. In terms of health, for example. What is happening in Wajir? What's happening in Mandera? Why will all these youngsters have a challenge that we are all crowding to the national schools here in Nairobi while we have the opportunity to invest and build some of the best schools in northern Kenya? So these are concerns that touches on questions of impunity and challenge we have in terms of leadership crisis. We have a governance problem. We are not able to hold our leaders accountable. And this is something that the electorate probably need to start thinking twice. Indeed, if we don't really change the leaders we keep on electing, some of the dreams we talk about, some of the reforms KK government has been talking about cannot be achieved because we see very well that the government is not out to ensure that there's equity in all sectors. Look at the health, for example. Even not captured in this report. Maybe it will come in future reports. When it comes to money that has been spent under SHA that went to Northeastern for those hospitals that do not exist, yet as we speak, that file is lying somewhere at the DCI. Nobody has been taken to court. So these are concerns that we see them happening every other day. And even the opposition has been raising concerns around here. But the government, because of impunity, they are not actually acting.
But Daktari, it is a very sad picture that is painted out here, because even when you just talk about the projects out there, and one would just want to look at what even NGCDF has done. And if you go to the NGCDF website, all you need to do is enter your constituency and look at the projects under that constituency that have been completed. And it is a shame to see that legislators who came out guns blazing from Northeastern accusing former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua of being a tribalist and all these things have done nothing with funds that they have received in terms of NGCDF. You look at what Ndindi Nyoro, you just take copy paste and just look at what these constituencies, you find close to 7-8 projects that have been completed. And that notwithstanding, the report goes to Parliament. Do we expect that these legislators who have not done anything to address the problems with funds that they have been given that they cannot account for will ever look at these audit queries and pass them? And in the event that we know that Parliament has been hijacked, Parliament has ceded its power to the executive, EACC is there, ODPP is there. Where does a Kenyan go to if that August House cannot deliver to them?
My brother, the buck stops with the president. The president has came to power on the basis of accountability.
Does he not know though?
Yes, he could be aware, and that could be the question that we could be looking at. Why is the president not acting, having been given these powers and the mandate to hold every other person accountable? And that brings in the question, what's the role of EACC? What's the role of parliamentary oversight? When the same parliament, actually, which is supposed to oversight all these allocations, because budget goes through Parliament. And these monies are allocated across board. But we see that the Parliament has actually failed us because nobody is holding them accountable. And that's why we could really work on the clause of recalling members of Parliament, which again, they must hold it because they know very well they are not ready to be held accountable. Unfortunately, the scenario we are in is actually quite political in the sense of campaign mode. And therefore, the campaign mood that have been perpetuated by the president leads to the situation where members of parliament come out to actually pledge allegiance to the president at the expense of pledging allegiance to the people who actually elected them. And this is where the problem lies. Because we as Kenyans will now start asking ourselves, do we really need this parliament? Do we really need this government if the government is not acting within the confines of the constitution, which is the main problem that we are facing? Because today we have a governance crisis. This is actually an issue of constitutionalism. Everything is failing because we are not adhering to the constitution. And therefore the independent officers that are not being respected. For example, there's the one which I can define as a very useless agency, NCIC. What role has it? What role has it done? What is it doing to the Kenyans today? And they are being allocated money. So these are concerns that we need to start bringing them to the fore and hold our leaders accountable. And the buck stops with the president because the president is the one who is answerable to the Kenyan people.
I understand that. And while it's fun in some cases and rather easy to use the president as target practice, because unfortunately he's given us too many an opportunity to do this with so many things that have gone belly up. While that may be fun for Kenyans to do, the truth of the matter is that there's some people who are actually doing their job. We may forget this.
That's true.
But there are some people who are doing their job. So why don't we also ask that, does the president, tell these people every day to do their job? No. They take the responsibility. I've met Irungu Kangata. He doesn't have two heads. He has one. I've met him. We've met Ndindi Nyoro. Again, he doesn't have two heads. I've seen them. It's one head. I met Oparanya before, while he was governor of Kakamega County, before he became a CS. At that time, he had one head as well. What am I saying? That they did work that they were supposed to do, to whatever extent, in their particular jurisdictions. So what is it? What is this thing that is the measure of a man that dictates he does or she does her job, and that precludes others from doing theirs, if not impunity and bad manners. That somebody doesn't need to watch you and say, oh, please do the job. Oh, please don't steal 1 million shillings today. Oh, please don't steal. Oh, please make sure that you do your job. No. That it is an individual responsibility, as easy and as fun it is as it may be to poke holes that we can. There are many things that we can blame government for. In fact, in about a minute or 3, we'll be doing that and we're saying that your priorities are all messed up. But there's some situations where people just have to take responsibility for their inaction or for their action. That can we get to the point whereby it will be an agreement that everybody has messed up?
Actually, we need to have a national conversation on governance and accountability. And that's basically what we are missing. Because when you weaken institutions, you basically see personalities thrive. And when personalities thrive, we get to a situation where there is no goodwill. For example, and I still ask that the president has to rein in. Why? These cabinet secretaries that have collectively defied the report, they're advisors to the president. They're having a conversation with the president at the point where they can actually act on all those recommendations within the shortest time possible. And probably what we could actually do is to come up with proper mechanism that we can measure our performance and entrench accountability and transparency, which we are lacking as a people. We are not honest. In fact, today, if you look at this auditor's report, it's an indictment on us as a people that corruption is now one of our national values because we don't feel it. In fact, going through the report, step by step, you see almost every other ministry has something that has not been done. Why? Yet these are people who have got qualified technical people within the ministries. The auditor's report is not prepared without the involvement and feedback, where they have an opportunity to discuss and actually correct this before these reports are released. So to me, it's because there's impunity at the highest level. And that's why nobody comes up, indeed, to feel that he's accountable to the people. And probably today, you'll have expected some of these leaders actually even to resign, that it's not being done right, and therefore I need to step aside. That's what we've seen. When we are thinking of those Singapore and those developed countries, there are people that are actually very clear when it comes to transparency, accountability, and ensuring that institutions are functioning for the common good. That's what we are lacking in Kenya. Instead, it's actually individuals who are functioning and not institutions.
Yet, Daktari, this is something that has existed in the country for a very long time, that we have what we call budgeted corruption, that at the time when you get into budgeting process, someone has sat somewhere and have found a way to embezzle all these monies, right? Is there end in sight?
Yes, there is.
And if there is end in sight, what's the responsibility of the electorate? Because at the end of the day, we will sit, we will complain, we will do everything. We have established that the house that is supposed to speak on behalf of Mwananchi, which is the August house that has been donated these powers by the Mwananchi, is not speaking Mwananchi's language. They are there to do their business, kaput, go, right? EACC, what are they doing about all these funds that are being embezzled? How are they working together with the Attorney General or DPP? Where are they? What is the responsibility for Mwananchi now, even as we talk about the election, in terms of putting in leaders who are accountable and who will get in there to work for them? How do we intertwine everybody into this conversation?
You know, one of the things that we face as a country, we have got very many laws and we are not missing laws. What we are missing is actually the rule of law. What we are actually missing is the respect to the institutions. And therefore, all these institutions, including independent constitutional officers, must be held accountable. And that means it's a awakening call that the electorate and the responsible officers need to be held accountable. If not, then they need to be taken to court. For example, we have the Public Finance Management Act, which actually supports the work of the auditor. All these are so many loopholes that can even institute private prosecution. because we have the office of the ODPP, we have the police in terms of the DCI specifically, and we have the ESCC, but they are not doing their work. If you want to know that they are not doing their work, we do not see fruits of fighting corruption. And therefore, corruption just remains as a slogan. So we are fighting this remains as a slogan, and that's a concern for us. And therefore, to blend how common mwananchi can now hold these leaders accountable, we need to educate the masses more that they will appreciate their civil rights and hold their leaders accountable. Unfortunately, we also have to blame the electorate because of the culture of handouts, the culture of sitting back, that actually they be paid sitting allowance instead of holding their leaders accountable. And that's why it is easier today for any leader to actually collect the money for purpose of actually paying out to be re-elected to perpetuate the same impunity. And this is something that we have to stop. We have to ask ourselves as Kenya, where do we want to go? We were the best economy around the region. I will tell you, in the next few years, or even as we speak, Ethiopia is actually going to actually be ahead of us. So what happens? We are importing almost everything from our neighbors and from China. Industrial area is actually gone. It's quiet. So why is it that leaders are not seeing the challenge that we are facing? We have established so many structures, and we don't hold ourselves accountable at different levels in terms of these structures. And that's the concern we have.
But they are seeing the challenges. You know how I know?
Yeah.
They are seeing the challenges. That's why leaders take their children to international schools within Kenya or outside the country. They are seeing the challenges. That's why they take their sick to private hospitals or hospitals outside the country. They see the challenges, and that's why it makes it even worse. Because if you know what you're supposed to do and you don't do it, it's akin to sin. Sin, dhambi. It's a sin.
That's true.
So they do know the challenges.
But I don't think they
know.
I don't think they see
That's
the
why
challenge.
it makes it work. If they didn't see the challenges, they would be taking their children to public schools.
But if
they did see the challenges, they would be taking their sick to Kenyatta National Hospital.
And that's why we need to actually raise the concern more, because why would they take to the private hospital, for example, or the private schools at the expense of the public schools?
That's why it's so bad. That's why it's so bad.
And that's why the common manage will actually rise up.
Which is my point, that we should be able to see with just how much contempt they view the Kenyan people. Because they know how bad the situation is. They are in a position to do something about it, but they choose not to. And how they deal with it is take children to international schools and then post for us on X here how they've graduated with flying colors. Meanwhile, there are children who are languishing in poverty today, 12th of January, who will not be able to go to school. It's on the front cover of it's on the headlines of one of our dailies. They will not be able to go to school. They scored very well in the exam, which is a pre-indicator for which school you will go to or how you will go to school, but they can't because they can't afford it. These leaders are aware of that situation. Okay, let us say that they didn't know. Okay, fine. Yesterday, they didn't know. Today, they know. What are they doing about it?
I think I will take it back this way. You know, our leaders are actually our own mirror, and our leaders are a reflection of who we are. I think that should be the conversation. We as Kenyans should start asking ourselves, are these leaders the right leaders for us? Are these leaders going to take us to the Canaan or going to take us to Singapore? That is where the questions begin. And the concern for me is that unless we educate the masses to understand, to appreciate their role and how they need to hold the leaders accountable, we are actually going to be in a big problem. Why? If you look at the resources we have in this country, for instance, today, we have our budget takes about over 50% goes to the wages. So why can't we actually deconstruct the government, have narrow down the expenditure, and then spur the private sector to actually bring about development that we so desire, as opposed to everybody struggling to be and to work with government for purpose of actually draining or getting to the coffers at the expense of the common mwananchi? Those are the questions we should start asking ourselves. Because if today, for example, we made the national government more lean and state agencies more accountable, by providing a platform for citizen monitoring, for providing for an opportunity for these citizens to even institute private prosecution against some of these officers, this country is going to wallow in the same problem that we had for the last 50 years. And that is where the concern comes in, that indeed these reports should be taken seriously. If somebody is not acting on this report, they need to be taken to court. Because they're defying the Constitution.
Do you think that the Auditor General needs more powers? Should the powers of the Auditor General be expanded to include investigative and prosecutorial powers?
I'll actually laugh it off, because EACC has asked for the same. And you remember, and history has it, that when they actually sought so much, you remember our friend PLO was actually sent on leave and was paid for 5 years just because members of parliament did not want that scrutiny. Today, even if we gave the auditor more powers, without political goodwill, we cannot achieve much. And that's why, for me, the buck stops with the president. Indeed, all these agencies, in one way or the other, are acting with impunity because they have a backing or a cover-up by different agencies. Why will you, for example, not institute or pass the regulation for autonomy of different agencies for service delivery, and the president cannot ask you why you're not accountable? Is that what has led to the other one who was resigning from the delivery unit? That probably they see that they're not performing. So that's where the concern is, because simple analysis shows very well that indeed there are officers who have actually defied the Constitution. And these are the people who should be, as we talk now, they should actually be prosecuted by the relevant agencies.
Daktari, I just want to put it as raw as it is. It is a situation where we have the report, Parliament has the report, the President has the report, all the relevant agencies that should ensure that all these funds, there is answers to these queries that are asked, know what needs to be done. But they look straight in the eyes of Kenyans and say, Mtadu. Is that the situation we're dealing with?
I think we are dealing with a situation of that nature, plus incompetence. I will say probably these cabinet secretaries, are they competent enough to understand their role and responsibility as provided for in the Constitution, and what they're supposed to execute based on recommendation of the auditor? Are they aware? Who are the advisors to the cabinet secretaries? And then why are they not able to execute this? So this is actually a question that we need to actually resolve, probably by seeking interpretation from the court of law, because we see very well incompetence here. We see a challenge where you basically do not allow this agency to autonomously operate for purpose of actually mismanagement or incentives, or taking these monies to areas that are actually not budgeted for. Therefore, why are we sitting back pretty comfortable that this is the auditor's report and everybody's quiet about it? I think that's where the problem is, and that's why I think Kenyans of goodwill, we need to actually to move to court that actually this can actually be implemented, and we hold several leaders accountable.
As we look at the race towards a development society, is it possible that all of these things are happening in the way in which they are, and that the very next step that government would want to take is towards a developed society?
I would think that there are narratives in the air, and we as Kenyans do not question what our leaders tell us. And that's why, for example, I've been opposed to this Singapore story, because we have Vision 2030 that is actually coming to an end. Then the question I would have expected indeed is, where has the president constituted a team to come up with Vision 2050 or Vision 2060 for us to come up with specific milestones to start working on as we move towards Singapore? But nobody's asking the president these questions. The president will come up with a narrative, take us through, then at the end of the day, we just sit pretty comfortable that nothing has happened. And I'll give you an example. The Hustler Fund. Much has been raised by the auditor before. Lost funds from the Hustler Fund. Where's accountability within that? Nobody is bothered to actually explain where some of this has gone. Today we have concerns around privatization, which is basically stealing public funds in the name of privatization. So that is again a concern. Who is actually questioning why are we privatizing some of these national assets? The other question will be, if we really need to move forward as a country in that development trajectory, what are the areas we need to focus on as a third world country? What are the most pressing issues? Is housing one of the most pressing issues that will take us to Singapore? Or about providing an avenue of tax incentives and spurring the private sector that people can actually own land and actually build the houses for themselves? So where are our priorities as a country today? Are our priorities right, for example? The challenges we are facing within the health sector, the impunity we are seeing in terms of how many hospitals are being closed left and right and nobody is holding them accountable, or those ones that are actually missing funds. So these are concerns that probably we need to start asking ourselves, do we need these institutions? Are these institutions working for us? Or if they are no longer working for us, then what do we do about them? Okay. And that's why I'm opposed to the issue of, for example, giving the Auditor General more powers. We have many institutions with those powers. What are they doing? Why can't Parliament, for example, today summon the respective CSS and even ensure that these matters are actually prosecuted? Because the Parliament actually has lawyers that actually can go to court.
And what happens in other, what happens in other jurisdictions? If you have somebody who is the vanguard of a particular ministry, in this case, Kenya, they are CSS, and that you have perennial, number one, loss of funds, you have perennial retrogression, that means you're not moving forward, you don't think twice. These people are relieved of their duties. They're relieved of their duties. We can even use the footballing word because people say it's just a sport. No, it is actually an example of an organized institution. When we put you as the manager of X football club, I will not mention the name because people can now hate me for the rest of the day. We put you as a manager of X football club. We watch 3 matches and the boys and girls are not coming together in the way in which they should. Before 1 o'clock the next day, we relieve you of your duties because we are not achieving what we need and we can't see the goodwill from you. Why then does it take so long for us to say, okay, well, you know what? It's clear that under your watch, 1, 2, 3 did not happen. Hundreds of billions of shillings have been lost. We don't see progression. But then we're still dilly-dallying and hoping that maybe tomorrow this person will see the light. Why do we do that?
We have a problem as a country. We have a problem as a people in terms of being truthful and being transparent. In this country, being honest has seen many of people lose their lives. And that's why you find a society that has come to the point of accepting impunity. And that's where the challenge we face. Why? If we hold our leaders accountable at the simplest level, unfortunately, we find ourselves in a situation where we are actually 92 or 93% Christians, and with our population of Muslim, all this religion, and we actually failed to uphold some of these values and teachings that we so endear ourselves to. And that's where the challenge is. So there are so many question marks in almost all our institutions. Have our institutions failed at the family level, at the school level, at the religious level, at the government level? All these structures, I see them failing us as a people because they are no longer functioning for the well-being of the society. And probably this is a point where we need to have what I can call national deconstructionism in terms of having serious conversations on where we need to chart a way forward for the 50 or 55 million Kenyans. Is this the future we want? Is this the Kenyan dream? Is this where we want to go? If we only make our institutions functional and hold our leaders accountable, I'm telling you, tomorrow will actually be a second world country or a first world country, just because we are holding ourselves accountable. Today, our prisons hold a good number of people who are actually people for petty crimes. But people who are doing or perpetuating heinous crimes that are actually bleeding the economy, for example, from Goldenberg to Anglo leasing, to all these other scandals that have actually come our way, they're actually freely walking around and being given big seats in church in front and donating their money left and right, and nobody's questioning. Indeed, is this the country we want for ourselves and our children? That is the concern. And I want to ask the president, please wake up from that slumberland of campaign mood and hold leaders accountable. Retrospectively, the president needs to ask himself if this is where he wants us to go. If not, then we need to have a conversation.
You see, Daktari, when you even mention the president, remember we have the Hustler Fund and the bottom-up transformation economic agenda.
Yeah.
Where are we with all that today? You know, if you just ask even in terms of the investments that went into achieving all these, and if at all we can get audit queries that are clean, that is another debate. But even while at that, we see that politics is taking center stage today. And a Kenyan out there would say, if all these institutions that you just mentioned have failed us, how about that single body that Kenyans trust, that Kenyans have seen working for them, the Auditor General, be given powers? Why do I say that? Give the Auditor General the powers to investigate and take people to court, so that at the end of the day, someone knows there is an institution somewhere that will actually do that work that other institutions have refused to do. Is that the reason why today Parliament would not want to give the Auditor General these powers, because they know their goose is cooked? And is that also the reason why we're not seeing political goodwill in ensuring that all these other institutions do this same work that we're pushing to see the Auditor General do?
Almost, and I wish to ask you this. If they have not given EACC prosecutorial powers, will they indeed give the auditor the same powers? And the EACC has basically failed us consistently. And the whole idea was we have an independent agency away from all government agencies, and they have been given all the budget and all the monies they have. They have support even from the DCI. But we can't see the fruits. We can't feel it, because we will see something is not right, but then EACC cannot take these people to court. So even at a point where we were transitioning, and I'll take you back to 2022, you remember we had so many cases in court, and when we transitioned and had a new government, most of those people who are actually in court, including the former deputy president, were actually
walk scot-free.
They went free. That these actually they are actually described as politically engineered corruption crime. Therefore, there was no corruption. So, if this is the situation, do you think today, even if we gave the Office of the Auditor General the same powers, if they are not if they are actually disobeying the simplest recommendation and they are not implementing, even if they went ahead to prosecute, will it bring change? No. We have enough laws, my brother. In fact, this country has got some of the best lawyers in the region. The question is, why are we failing? We are failing because we lack goodwill. That's the only thing we miss in this country. If we had the will that I can take you in as my brother, because you have actually, we found your hand in the national coffers, then we take you in. Everybody else will actually agree with the government. But today, impunity is all over. Let me give you an example. In the transport sector, how many regulators do we have in transport sector? Over 6 or 7 of them. But look at the challenge we face on the road.
Yep.
So these are questions that I would want to avoid issues of more regulation or more powers. We just need to change our behavior. Our mannerism as a people is wanting.
Is there a
that
hunger?
is where we need to ask ourselves.
Is there a hunger for this, though? Because I was in Kenya at the time when, and you know, back and forth when Mishuki rules came into play, and this is always used as an example, that people were ready to walk. People were ready to walk and not take matatus if the matatus were going to flout the rules.
Exactly.
Mishuki came in and said, you know what? We will enforce this thing. It will work. But the tone had to be set from the top of the industry. And he said, you know what? You don't want to wear uniform? We're going to take you off the road. You want to misbehave on the road? We will arrest you and fine you. You want to throw garbage out the window? We will not let that happen. And for the time that he was there, people followed the rules. People would even get into a public service vehicle and demand the decorum of the conductor and the driver. The tone was set. People will flow into direction if it is offered.
Indeed, you will agree with me when I tell you that the buck stops with the president. And when the fish rots, it rots from the head. The reality of the matter is that our leaders are not demonstrating the best example for us to take. During Kibaki regime, Michuki was very candid on how we could actually implement those laws. And there was citizen arrest left and right. And the citizens were complaining and saying, you cannot take bribe. You are not doing the right thing. And what changed because of the desire to be re-elected or around there, because we now had the issue of the orange and the banana, they said you don't need to put on uniform so that you can just continue doing the work. And that's how we started losing it. Today, we have a bill around regulation of religious institutions. If we are very candid about it, then let's move ahead and implement it. The same thing, the president, for example, is attending each and every function, which hurts me to a strong extent, because I will not expect the president to be micromanaging. If the president will sit back and have time for policy and advice and direction, there is likely an issue that we are going to reduce his office expenditure, and the same thing for the cabinet secretaries and others, and hold them accountable. When the president is not doing the right thing, then he has no right pointing a finger to a cabinet secretary or anybody else not doing the right thing. So this has to start from the top. And therefore, everybody will come to the rescue of the president and say, President, you are doing the right thing. We are going to go that direction. And everybody stands with you. But what we are seeing is a scenario where we actually fear or go around because of political expediency that we want to be aligned, and therefore we cannot tell the king, hey, President, you are naked. In this situation, we need to be very candid, because the crisis we are going through as a country is a mirror of our own impunity, which we need to stop if we have to take this country to the first world. And the president has to take the lead. He is the one who swore to protect the Constitution. Defiance we are seeing is actually defiance against the Constitution. That's what we are seeing from this report.
Dr. Kenyans are angry enough. Are Kenyans angry enough today to say that we will recall or we will sanction these members of parliament? Are Kenyans angry enough to say, come 2027, tutafagia wote? Are Kenyans angry enough to decide not to be bribed come election day? Because you say, we have agreed that the leaders we have are a reflection of us.
Yes.
Are we ready to see leaders in power who reflect the things that we aspire to get?
We are ready, and you have seen it through a number of constituencies that actually do not normally re-elect their leaders, especially in central Kenya, around Nyeri. Most of them serve one term, and that's what happens. That tells you they are quite enlightened, and they are not ready for the handouts. When Kenyans came out, especially the youngsters, the Gen Z, when they came out, and they were ready to fight because they saw that there was need for change. You and me understand what we did to them. Today, we know what we did to them. If Kenyans are going to come out to hold this government accountable, then 90% of parliamentarians are going to go home. The president actually dropped the whole cabinet, and with the impunity, brought back almost the same people or people who are incompetent. So this is where the question is, how do we hold the highest office accountable so that even members of parliament are not acting at the whims of the president? You remember they actually came to confess that we have passed these laws for you. So that will actually tell you that these members of parliament are not acting on our behalf. They are acting on behalf of the president against the people. So where are we as a people? The people need to rise. The people need to hold their leaders accountable. Even as we move, now that we are already in the campaign mood, even as we move towards 2027, conversations should be around accountability for anybody who is seeking public office.
Right.
And that is a concern, because if we don't do that, then we are going to entrench impunity, and corruption will just remain as a slogan. We will not solve any problem in this country. Mismanagement, because the money we have is enough for all of us.
Indeed.
As a people, it can actually perpetuate us or somersault us to the first world if we hold ourselves accountable. County governments, for example, they have established so many institutions, but are they working? The county executives are held at the whims of the governor. Why are we not holding the governor? And yet we have the name of oversight, MC oversighting, parliament oversighting, everybody. What are you oversighting if these are what we are actually seeing?
These are the questions, and
because
they are
that's where the
pertinent.
problem is. Because the oversight has actually become a simple way of actually making money. They actually raise a concern so that you give them money, they keep quiet. So they are not working for Kenyans. And Kenyans, I want to speak to Kenyans today. Please hold your leaders accountable from the simplest level. And that's when we can actually change this country.
And that's when we can change this country. At 8:02, Dr. Luchetu Likaka is governance expert. He's been here with us this morning to have these candid conversations, that we must be candid and grab the bull by the horns. It's for Kenya, it's for tomorrow, it's for the people. Asante Sana, Daktari, for being here with us this morning.
Thank you.
To propel this conversation. It's our hope that we can do it again and not tire of having this kind of discourse. And we continue with more conversations as we get along in the Situation Room. It's 8:02. Good morning.
It is now 8 a.m. with ICEA Lion. It is time to plan ahead with ICEA Lion. What's your plan?
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM. .5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with people with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who were initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
You have land, Denis. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it. If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around. Why? Tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Continuing with our conversations this morning, it's now 6 minutes after 8 o'clock, and welcome to the Situation Room, continuing asking ourselves the questions around what you're doing with the more that you have. And as you look into retirement, helping you to build wealth and also protect your funds and protect your assets. Looking into the future, this is what we are talking about when it comes to what exactly your plan is. And you then want to ask the question about really, what is your plan? We've been discussing how to navigate this constantly changing world. And when it comes to your money, we need a plan that's easy to access. The good news, ICEA Lion is making your financial journey that much easier for you to go seamless and for you to also go digital. So then you ask yourself the question, how do we do this? What do we do? You go into a situation where you don't have to worry about then what happens tomorrow because you're in the times. Forget the old-fashioned way of doing things. Forget about having to go and line up. The WhatsApp chat Leo will then be able to help you towards self-service, then onto that portal, making planning super easy. They even have a retirement preparedness tool. It helps you calculate exactly how much you need for retirement, and it gives you a specific target to plan towards. ICA Line is making insurance and investment necessities and not luxuries for a diverse group of people. Find your accessible, inclusive, and helpful plan today. Just ask, what's your plan? Check out the digital tools at icealion.co.ke. Tower. And then let's get to winning, because you actually can win. And you can win with KCB. The KCB winning card. When was the last time that your everyday shopping actually got you paid back? With the KCB winning card, every pay takes you closer to a bigger win. Here's all you have to do. Use your KCB debit, credit, or prepaid card wherever you're paying for shopping, fueling your car, grabbing lunch, or shopping online, and you get a chance to win. You get a chance to participate in the weekly walkaway with 10,000 shillings or the monthly walkaway with 100,000 shillings and the grand prize of a holiday getaway to Zanzibar for 2, complete with flights and accommodation. So paying with your KCB card is fast, it is secure, and it is rewarding. So don't just shop smart and win big. The more you pay with your KCB card, the higher your chances of winning. Use your KCB card today, the winning card. Remember that terms and conditions apply, but also remember that KCB, for people, for better. As we get into this hour, there are many conversations swirling in the medical sphere. And we come to a point where we have to look into some of those issues and discuss them in detail. We're going to be able to do that this morning with the Secretary General of the Kenya Medical Practitioners Dentists Union. And he's here with us this morning, Dr. Davji Atela. Good morning, Daktari.
Good morning, too.
How are you doing?
I'm fine. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Good. Karibu sana. There are many things to discuss. There are many things that are unfurling. But let's start off because Denis has taken us to Algeria this morning.
Yes, Algeria, out of Africa Cup of Nations, courtesy of Nigeria.
Thank you, please.
Again, Algeria, the biggest country in the continent, 10th in the world, big on oil and petroleum that they export it outside. Majority of the country, 80% of the same is Sahara Desert, But they also give us a proverb today. And the proverb says, a friend is someone who shares your happiness and your pains. How would you interpret it?
Yeah, it's just that you will know your friend, not just in times of happiness, but also in the times of sorrow. That those people who are there to stand with you at all times, not only those that you are with during Merry, and then at the times that you have troubles, they leave you alone. Yes.
It's true. That's it. That when you know them, you know them for when they've been there for hard times as well as good.
Yeah.
All right. Let's look into, let's do an overview, if we can, as maybe one of the longest overviews that we might do of the medical situation in the country at the moment, Daktari, and what we're trying to look for to make it better. Every time we talk about things that need improvement, the health sector comes in. We talk education, we talk health, we talk health. And now there's a clinical officers strike. It's now into its 20th or so day. Nurses have always been up in arms. Doctors, it's back and forth. And now that we're dealing with entrenching foreign doctors into the medical sphere responsibly, let's start with an overview of what the health sector looks like at the moment.
Yeah, basically, it has always been a concern that we all aspire to have a universal health access, that we want Kenyans to be able to access healthcare devoid of their socioeconomic status. And the narrative goes on very well despite all the conversation that we have. But one thing that we always see to be a challenge is the investment, or the financial investment in healthcare, that makes the county, the national government do not employ healthcare workers, or the agreements that have been put in place, some of them have not been honored. That's why you'll see clinical officers on strike. They're on strike because the Ministry of Health, they have agreed on a CBA, which the ministry say if they sign, you'll only cover 150. For county or 47 counties, they've not had any agreement. So you see that then becomes a strike and a disagreement. We have things that concern nurses. So it's always a space that, and this happens strongly after devolution, that is, it's part of a lot of chaos and a lot of disagreement. When you agree with ministry and everything in line, you realize things are pending with counties. When you agree with counties and all these matters, things still have to pen on this other side. So that's why there seem to be elements of chaos in it. But the last pronouncement on the issues of foreign doctors, I think as a country, we need doctors. Kenya needs over 50,000 doctors to reach the WHO ratio of 1 to 1,000. We have a ratio of 1 to almost 16,000 now, almost 1 to 17,000. And the reality is that most of the hospitals, public hospitals and private hospitals, have a shortage of doctors. At the same time, the country has been graduating about 1,000 to 1,300 doctors every year. But if you look at the numbers that are being employed from that graduation, when you look at the year 2025, you had about 600 doctors employed. When you look at the year 2024, we have about almost 800. So the absorption rate in employment, both in the public and private sector, is very low. And there's a skewed system that has been created by private sector. We have hospitals that are private sector, that they operate within the country, but in their sole operations, they don't employ any local doctors. They go and get the foreign doctors into the hospitals. Once they have them in the hospitals, the problem is not having the foreign doctors. The problem is, once they have them, they pay them lower wages. You realize that an Egyptian hospital is paying the doctors maybe 50% of what doctors are being paid in the public sector. An Indian-based hospital does the same. A Pakistani hospital is also doing the same. So as a union, we say that when that is done, then that becomes a modern-day slavery. It means you are encouraging slavery of this particular professional. That's one thing. And then those hospitals, once they have gotten what we call the cheap, they got cheap labor, that's by exploiting these doctors. And these doctors come from everywhere. There are those from Uganda, there are those from Tanzania, there are those from different places. Though if you're from East Africa, you are considered a local, but still they go through these particular poor wages. That is the concern we raised as a union, that if the ministry is taking actions against these particular hospitals that have solidly specialized in getting doctors or healthcare workers from outside just to exploit, it's not right. They should be paid dignified wages. And then in that process, the local doctors who have graduated, who have been employed, are then forced to do locums at 1/10 of the rate that has been prescribed by the KMPDC. You realize that the rate that a locumers will be paid is always 2,000 per hour. But you find most hospitals will be giving 300 or 500. Those are the things that we are saying. You float the laws in all aspects. Then the other thing is in employment. Employments are not just, when you have a facility, whether it's a private facility and you run it, there are procedures for employment. You advertise, there's competency, and then you recruit the workers. So we were asking, what criteria are being used by these privately owned hospitals that are internationally owned in the country? Because you realize that we have the general practitioners in the country, maybe up to the tune of 2,500 or 3,000 are employed. And then this, the law says, for you to get a permit D and to be employed in Kenya, the company or the employer must prove that they advertised and they could not find those particular local skills for them to import this. But then we have the same general practitioners who are unemployed, but then there are some that have been employed by these institutions at these particular bad terms.
And is it private institutions who are hiring these doctors?
Yeah, majority of them are in private institutions.
Okay.
Though at one point in the strike of 2024, even some county governments were crossing the borders to get these particular foreign doctors. It had been a reactionary thing that started during the 2016-2017 strike, where the government acted and brought the Cuban doctors to the country. But you see, for the Cuban doctors, it was not just, they were not being, it was more of a government-to-government agreement. And in that process, it costed taxpayers a lot of money in the process. That's why even at the end of the day, the project could not be sustained.
Okay. So what basis then did CS Douale use to, was this the basis then that CS Douale used to say Kenya first in terms of a policy and then revoke, I think it was 200 plus licenses of foreign doctors operating in the country, which was backed by KMPDU?
Before the CS revoked the licensing, we were trying to analyze, and I think I was at his office with there was also DG also was there, on the aspect of, is it just a matter of licensing? Because you may have many doctors licensed. For example, doctors who are doing postgraduate training in Kenya are licensed to study with the postgraduate training. And then it was looking at, if, for example, you look at these foreign-owned facilities which were asking for this licensing. I saw the DG came with a list of the doctors there. And this list, it means that they have their license and they have the work permit. And so which of these particular cadres or work were their availability in the country? And it was realized that almost 70% or 80% that list of those doctors were same doctors in the country who are looking for jobs. So that was one of the bases. The basis was that some of these hospitals are outrightly, either they are mission hospitals or they're private hospitals, they are deliberately not in any attempt are the local doctors, and they exclusively get the foreign doctors from the country where they originated, and therefore, in a way, they were floating the permit D. He realized that this had already been floated. Like before these doctors were given permits, there was to be an expressive show that there is non-existence in the country. So the Director General and the Minister then decided that for those particular specialities that we don't have, then we're going to renew the licenses. But for those that we know exist, then it is important or it's imperative for these particular hospitals then to give opportunity to the Kenyans. That was the basis of the delay in the renewal of the license. But if you look at the statement, it did not say that they're not going to renew the licenses. It said that we have to give opportunity to these particular Kenyans that have actually graduated or have already completed these specialities. The other issue that came up in this particular conversation, it was a discussion that every year we have been fighting about the intern doctors and the doctors graduating every year, and the budget I think is about 10 billion. So yes, we have doctors going to school in the country. We have government sponsoring doctors to go for internship and graduating, and then a private hospital that operates within the same framework then decides not to give opportunity to these doctors within the same community. So that's one thing that we are trying to be skewed, and they're not doing it by following the law. They're not doing it by bypassing the law. Because you have a Pakistani facility that operates within the country, then you employ none of them, and then you are going to use these particular doctors in the country as visiting staff. It means that you are going to exploit them as locomers. So that is something that the operation of these hospitals in all its way have floated the labor laws from the employment, from the wages, and from the welfare of the doctors.
So, Dr. Another issue that came out clear was in terms of the patient risk, as well as safety. And the reason why this comes in is because, like you've just mentioned, there is the exploitation of foreign doctors in the sense that they come in, they're paid low wages, and that then goes to look at these facilities prioritizing profits and not patient safety. How critical, or what are some of the cases that you've seen, and just how critical is this and that Kenyans should know about?
By the time that you come as an employee in the country, and I mean, there are also cases whereby you are licensed and then you don't have the working permit. So you are, because you are licensed and you're in the country, you don't have the working permit, the person holds, the employer holds all the rights. So you're actually like a slave for this particular employer. And that's why we had the organ transplant scandal that we had last time. In the investigation, it was very clear that majority of the perpetrator of the same were foreign doctors who came from India in that facility, because you have no right and you cannot be employed anywhere at this point. The second thing, we saw hospitals in Nairobi West, where what do? They have doctors imported down. You cannot question any content of your contract. So in essence, you're a slave. In Eldoret, what were they doing? They bring doctors that. Then there's a way I think they used to do with the council, maybe backdoor and bribes and get these licenses. And once you have that, and also they do their back channeling with getting the permits, these doctors are put in the bus to hostels and back to the hospitals to work.
Every day.
These were the concerns that you're having. Then they live in the hostels. So to us, it doesn't matter where you come from. It is actually illegality. It contravenes the Kenyan labor law to have an employee engage in such a manner. It also contravenes the ILO Convention C100, which stipulates very clearly that you cannot mistreat a worker who offers the same skill as the doctors locally. And we have seen that. And even if you live at those particular foreigners that their license were pending, the 200, we also have those who are considered local doctors like Tanzania, Uganda, and Burundi. What wages are these particular employers giving them? You realize that an employer will confidently sign a contract that pays these particular doctors a third of the wages. You pay them, and then those who are Kenyans, because they find that these ones have a right or know their rights, then they exclude. And therefore, they create a desperation scenario where then this one are only engaged on a casual basis. So that's what we union feel like it's not right. And therefore, we advocating that every doctor being employed, whether it's a foreign or local, should be given the dignity that they deserve.
Dr. There is law that ought to be followed. There are structures, even when it comes to employment of doctors in the country. No one is saying do not employ foreign doctors. But there is a systemic failure in terms of those who give the approvals and even the hospitals that bring these people in. They clearly know which buttons to press or which offices to go for these doctors to be in the country and to operate pretty much against the law. One then asks the question, who has failed the medical fraternity in this case?
The failure then becomes a multifaceted issue here, because, and this is one thing that I was asking, that there is a very direct or explicit regulation on the work permit, so permit D, that before you are issued these, you must demonstrate by all means that you advertise the positions transparently and that you could not find any local doctor or local person that can get these particular jobs. But then you realize that those are not advertised, and that's why we have a floated number of doctors that are not employed. Yet we have shortages both in the public facilities and the private facilities. But then the persons are being given a work permit. So again, these people are also again being licensed. So meaning there's some I would say oiling or action that were done from immigration point that brought these persons in, which is not a problem. The second part is now the aspect of licensing. So when the Ministry of Elder, I believe, was acting on this matter, they were looking at it that why would it be that we have general medical officers in the country to the tunes of, let's say, even 300 or 500, when we have 2,000-3,000 unemployed doctors in the same country? Does it mean that if you are having an hospital in the country, then you cannot follow the immigration laws? Does it mean that the licensing then doesn't apply to you? So to exercise this power, they then try to push back. Because ideally what should have happened is that the work permit should have not been there.
Okay.
Yes.
Dr. Just a series here. How many unemployed doctors does Kenya have at the moment? Qualified, unemployed?
Yeah, the numbers keep changing every year. I mean, we had in the year 2021 we had about 4,000, and then we had progressive employment that took place in different counties. Every year, I think between 600 to 800. But then the production that's every year has been about 1,000. So if we look at it now, we could be having about 2,500 unemployed doctors. Okay. And this year, by I think August, we have a release of 1,750 doctors being released from internship. So it means the numbers will keep on surging up to about 4,000, almost 5,000.
So at the end of this year, we could have 5,000 unemployed doctors.
Yeah, it's possible to have that.
You also talk about a shortage across hospitals across the country. What are we talking about then in terms of a shortage?
In
terms of numbers?
The county or the devolved system has had a very poor way of employing doctors. As I told you, the ratio that we have, the WHO ratio of doctor to patient, ideally should be 1 to 1,000.
Yes.
But what we have is 1 to 17,000.
Yeah.
It means that the employment of doctors is necessary. If you go to any county, they have, if you look at the population versus the number of doctors that they have, there's a big shortage. For example, you saw during the strike in Kiambu County last year, Kiambu employed 100 doctors.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that by employing 100 doctors, when the 300 doctors went back to work, there was success. There's still more for them to employ because they have a target to employ almost 700 doctors.
Okay.
So we have a shortage across the country.
Right.
And this is occasioned because of before the devolution, every doctor that graduated from the university between up to 2016 were directly absorbed into employment.
Okay.
Because there was a budget at the Ministry of Health that was destined for this. But then when health was devolved now into different counties, the county governments are saying, or they claim that they have reached the budget ceiling, and therefore they cannot afford to employ every year as much as they need.
Yes.
So every year we have doctors graduating, but you would find about 40 to 50% of them are the ones who get to employment, both in the public sector and the private
sector.
And that's what results into the employment. And that's why we keep on saying that for us to really solve the issue, because the shortage is there. The shortage is there to the point that if we look at the numbers that we produce now and employ all of them, it will take us between 30 to 50 years to actually reach the ratio that we expect to have.
Okay.
Yes.
Now,
so it means the shortage is there.
So there are unemployed doctors.
Yes.
Problem number one. There's a shortage of doctors, which if you looked at it from maybe a bit of a basic eye, you would then be able to say, well, how about we take these unemployed doctors and put them where the shortage exists. But then we've also established that there is a budget problem, and that ministry, which should employ at some level, at least for the public hospitals, doesn't have enough money to hire them. That's what we've been told, right? Is that the problem?
Actually,
because it seems as though it seems like it's very clear, no brainer here. There's a shortage. There are unemployed doctors. Hire them and put them where there's a shortage, right?
Yeah.
Why can't we do that?
There's an issue here. I think in the bigger part of 2023, in our demonstrations and in our advocacy, we wanted the employment of the doctors. That was the major thing. And it led us into, I think, streets on 12th of September, where we then gave a petition to the then minister, Nakumicha. We proceeded then to go on strike in 2024.
Right.
And we signed an agreement with government that we wanted to have employment of 2,000 doctors to start in the year 2025, 2026, this financial year.
Yeah.
And then proceed to have annual recruitment of doctors. We had a meeting, I think, and this was in line with the Kenya Kwanza manifesto, where they had promised to employ 12,000 health workforce within 100 days. So we were looking at the request, the demands we had vis-a-vis their manifesto on implementation, and which now the employment of 2,000 doctors has been part of return to work formula and part of a court order. I think last week we had an engagement with the ministry, of which the CS, Duale, told us that he's working to ensure that there is employment of these 2,000 doctors, and he was going to discuss it with the president. But then there was a part here that these doctors are being employed are to be employees of the county. So therefore, we must bring the Council of Governors on the table and have a discussion that under what framework will they be? Is it going to be a situation whereby the ministry is going to give money to the counties to employ, or is the ministry going to employ and then post them to counties? So there are intriguing issues that come in at a time of implementation. But for us right now, we're looking at that. Let the minister, national government, or treasury have the budget, and then now we discuss now with counties. How do we get this implemented?
Dr. For a very long time, there has been the push of a health commission.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. And one would ask, why not have a health commission that would just handle doctors' welfare, employment, and absorption into the system? And that has been a problem for many, because then there are those who say it is a responsibility of the counties to hire. The national government has its hospitals to hire. Where are we with that conversation of health commission? And if it's not being implemented yet, what's the problem? Who's opposing it and why?
Those are some of the constraints that we have with this constitution. And I still believe that a centralized way of managing and handling healthcare workers will be of great value. And why am I saying this? Because if you look at the annual budget, 10% of this budget goes to the counties, and that's what the counties use. And in the course of the year, the controller of budget tells them that you've exceeded the PFM Act, whereby you cannot employ any more to or pay more wages than the development. But then on the other side, if you have a centralized way, then there will be a distinct budget like we have for the teachers. There is the Teacher Service Commission has a budget that is directly aligned to the promotion of the teachers, employment, and all these issues with teachers. The same to the police, that the existence of the Police Service Commission gives this guarantee. And therefore, we still tend to believe that if we have Health Service Commission that have a different budget from the budget that is destined to the counties, then there will be an assurance that these given numbers of healthcare workers will be employed. And that's why even the manifesto of the president on employment of healthcare workers has not been implemented. Well, that on employment of teachers and employment of the police has been implemented because of this particular issue. So still, as much as county governments or governors tend to believe and tend to say that by relinquishing the healthcare workers, they're going to lose autonomy and control, because they say if they cannot pay, then they cannot discipline, they cannot handle it. So that issue of ego sometimes go stronger than the issue of service delivery. The other issue that happens is that when the health workers are within the county domiciles, then some counties can then use these healthcare workers to do their businesses of having ghost workers or things like that. Because the idea is, even in the manifesto of Kenya Kwanza, one of the things that the president promised, that he was going to be a mediator of the issues of healthcare workers between the counties and the unions by ensuring that there was a health service commission. But I guess that after election, then governors came guns up and saying, no, this is something, it's our baby, is something we hold. But you realize that some progressive governors have come to realize that you don't have to hold on it so much. And that's why I think Jaramogi Ginga has been left to be level 6. And many counties are doing that. Like Mombasa, if cost also become a level 6, because counties or governors have realized that to run an healthcare, it just needs a PR.
Right.
It needs money. And when you have limited money in the counties, you'll have to need money from the treasury.
And with that in mind, the fact that then some counties are relinquishing some hospitals to go back to the national government, is it about time that as a country we just had an honest conversation with regard to healthcare in the country, and we decide let this be a national government function, that let healthcare be handled from the national government, have a health commission where everything is being handled from a central place? Will that also help in terms of, because you find there has also been some talks in terms of there is this county that has decided, say, to bring doctors from outside to bridge the gap, right? There's this other county that is paying their staff on time as expected. If we decide to take this back to national government and have a commission, will we be heading towards finding a solution that is bedeviling the health sector?
So I believe that will give us a bigger solution in terms of the unrest and disagreement, this harmony that always occurs between the healthcare workers and the employers. If you look at even the year 2025, as KMPDU, we had about 21 strikes in 21 counties. It means that even as we speak today, the doctors in Nairobi are on the streets. Why? Because they have not received their salaries. They're concerned about their medical insurance. You see, these are concerns. When you look at the same thing up in quite a number of counties, like in Kajiado County, you realize that the statutory deductions for the last 6 months have not been remitted. So you get your salary, but even because loans have not been paid, you can't access the money, because the bank takes everything. So this is a problem, the sporadic problems that occur in each and every county. Yes, there's some counties that tend to do so well in the activities or in the welfare of the workers, but it's quite sporadic. They will do well now and then they'll struggle tomorrow. And some counties also have gone into the overdraft, whereby because the money will delay from the treasury, then you do the overdraft to pay the workers. But this sometimes is net of the statutory deduction. And that's why even doctors had a problem with access to care. Many doctors, and I think even yesterday, I got a call from a doctor from Garissa, where he has gone to the hospital with the son and he could not access the care. Why?
When you say cannot access care, what does that mean?
It means that your medical insurance is not working. The doctor's social health authority, which is a comprehensive cover, was not working. And the reason was the county government of Garissa had not remitted the deductions by 9th. And then SHA is is made such that by 9th, if you have not remitted the premiums, then you can't access the care. So that has been affecting almost 70% of the counties. Okay. And I remember last December there was a discussion that the funds will be released to them by 3rd of every month, but that still doesn't work. So see, so it raises the concern. And why is it only specific to counties? Because our colleagues in the ministries are able to have everything, like their salaries paid on time. They're able to have their state reductions paid on time. They're able to have all these things sorted on time. Yet we have one centralized exchequer. So it means there's a problem with the exchequer, or the treasury aspect of it, but there's also a problem with the coordination or inefficiency between the national government and the county government.
Okay. Now, again, a series. Do we see an improvement in terms of equipment wherewithal in hospitals across the country? And I'm just dealing with public hospitals here. Whether we're looking at levels from 2 to 6, do we see that equipment and the staff required to run that equipment has improved? Are we doing better in 2026, coming in from 2025?
2026, we are almost approaching a political year, and therefore we are going to see a little bit of change from many of the governors and many of the people who have been in the leadership. Because you see, if you gave promises in 2022 and you're approaching 2027 and there are still public relations or PR on these matters, then it will be certain that you've not delivered.
Yep.
I would say that in terms of the brick and mortar, in terms of buildings and upgrading hospitals, the county governments have done very well in terms of building those facilities. You say this is a level 4 facility that has been built in this particular region and is able to offer this particular services that's outlined on the board. The counties have done well in those buildings. But then you realize that when the minister came in and the KMPDC went down to investigate, and this I actually attribute to the leadership in the ministry, that is Dr. Luga and the CS and the KMPDC. One thing that came in is that now they're going to investigate these hospitals that are level 4, level presumed, or level 3. They're all getting downgrades because then you realize that they're just a shell of buildings without ability to offer the services that they're destined to offer, because there's a number of doctors you ought to have in a level 4 hospitals that make it a level 4, that it's able to offer those particular services. You must have a theater space, you must have about 30 doctors, you must have the pharmacy that's operationalized, you must have the functional lab. So those then becomes the component that have been lacking in these hospitals. So yes, the construction is there, but then the service delivery is not there. So you will go to that hospital and you will not get the mixed skills of healthcare workers that you need to offer the services. And therefore you end up being referred. And sometimes you can be referred when the disease has progressed or worse than expected, because you are not treated as expected at that particular point. So by the time you reach the KNH or the MTRH or the KUTRH, the level 6 hospitals, you are in a worse state. Yes.
Now, one of the things that we've been looking at over time is that if the people that we refer to, politicians, leadership, at that level, if them visiting these public facilities was insisted upon, that it would be a direct push towards the improvement of some of the things you talk about right now, that the brick and mortar would be greatly improved if there was legislation that insisted that you don't rush off to India if you have a problem that can be sorted out here. And I say this because we want to imagine that Kenya does not have the required personnel, and I beg to differ. I think Kenya, on the global map, has some of the best medical practitioners in the world. We have seen groundbreaking things being done at your level 6 hospitals here. You have doctors, medical practitioners who operate on a global world-class scale in facilities here. Do you think that it would improve the brick and mortar that you speak of if we insisted that people visit our local hospitals?
Yeah, for certainty, it is that, see, for example, you asked me about the equipment. If I still delve into this, there have been different programs on equipment. The first one was it's called the MESS program that was there last time. which actually was a mess in itself because, but it actually brought some changes in that there's so many hospitals across the country that do not have some equipments that are necessary, the ICU equipments, the X-ray equipments, the diagnostic equipments, that then they could actually have these equipments. But the only problem that came out of the report from these particular equipments was that they lack the mixed skills of personnel to operate them. And some of them in some facilities were actually rusting. So, yes, that was one of the biggest concerns at that regular time. I know there's another program that the government has started recently on the same thing of equipment. But then we keep on saying that particular failures of the last equipments where there are no mixed personnel should be avoided. And this can only be avoided by ensuring that we have the right personnel employed by the counties that help in operating these. I know that these ones are have a fully fledged operational technicians and everything, but still we must have healthcare workers in those hospitals to realize that these ones work. On your question of if the politicians or if the elected leaders then are forced by law to visit these particular facilities, I think there will be a difference. Most of the times, we have somebody who is a baker. You bake bread,
right?
And you produce bread every single day, and you have clients or customers who buy the bread. And then when it's your time to take tea, you don't use this. You don't take the bread from your bakery. You decide to go and buy from your neighbor and eat the bread.
And then you have a bakery.
You say no. My bread is good for consumption, but you don't use it. You will go and buy from your neighbors. That's what happens. You realize that governors are fully in charge of healthcare in the county. They decide, together with the MCAs and the county leadership, on what amount of money goes into the healthcare. The same to the members of parliament and the executive. They decide what budget do we put in this healthcare to run the country. But when it comes to accessing this healthcare, then they start thinking, is it really well baked that we can consume ourselves, or is meant for some other persons? So with that, then they will run or turn into PR stunts that we always see. That you say it's operational, it's okay, there's everything, but when it's for you to consume, you are afraid that maybe it has some toxins that...
So Doc, with just what we're talking about, do we have political goodwill that is intentional in addressing matters to do problems in the health sector? Why do I say that? Because there we just mentioned about level 4 hospitals that today are being downgraded because we do not have enough doctors to make those facilities be level 4s, right? We know that we have a shortage of doctors, but we have surplus of doctors who have we have doctors who have not been employed, that even if we decide to hire all of them 100% every year, we'll still not be able to achieve the numbers that we need. You look at the executive, members of parliament, you look at the governors, the MCAs, they do not consume services from public health facilities. Is there political goodwill in dealing with issues in the health sector?
You know, Dan, I've been privileged to serve with four ministers of health in the country, and I've also seen this country when health becomes an agenda of the big four agenda during the regime of President Uhuru and the current regime when universal healthcare is still a big agenda. So I've seen all this through this time. The times when most things were more political, that there was nothing destined to work. But I will give it almost 70 to the current team in the ministry. That is on Duale and Oluga, Mudoni, and the chair health committee, Nyikal. Because these are the same people who have been advocating for a functional healthcare. And that's why I've seen a different approach to some of these things that we actually have been demanding. And then when you see us not on strike in 2025, it's not because of anything. It's because we are trying to engage to see to it that what are being done about these things that we're demanding, like the employment of healthcare workers. We actually following up to see to it that by June, we have about 2,000 doctors employed. We were actually keen to see that the US-Kenya agreement, what component of it does it have, apart from the issues of data that are being discussed, that are actually going to help the healthcare space and make things work. So the political goodwill, I see it now because we have there's a continuous engagement, conversations on the prospect of social health authority that is being conversed every day. Yes, It's a conversation that is either there's issues of healthcare workers that is being being discussed. There's an issues of the drugs that the public are well educated now to know that they need to have drugs in the hospitals. That if they don't have, they bring out into the air. These particular elements that will make healthcare function. The political conversations are there. The president is seen speaking and saying that with this social health authority, you can go to any hospital and get the care you need. That you will be visiting the hospital and get the care. Okay, that's true. The only aspect is, are there enough finances to then pay those who have given the services? Because that's what has been. The problem has not been Kenyans going to the hospital and getting the care. The problem has been that once these services are being provided, is there enough funds that has been appropriated by the parliament that then it's able to pay those who offer the services?
And the answer is no, Dr. It's no, because people are still going to hospital. People have procedures that they need to then have, but the medical service for which they're fully paid up is not paying. And so people still have to go back to the proverbial harambe, isn't it? People are still raising funds for hospital procedures. People are still raising funds to take care of these bills, even after they've been done. People are still raising funds, and they're fully paid up for SHA. That's the reality of the day.
Thank you. No, that's the progressive reality of the day. Is that, one thing we have to always bring up in conversation is you compare what is there, the amounts that are being appropriated or that are being given or approved in NHIF vis-a-vis those are being approved now. You will find there's an improvement in that, for sure, in all levels of facilities. And that's what makes many being able to access the care. But the biggest concern that comes in is that the payment of those then who have offered this particular care, is there enough money that has been appropriated in SHA, for example, in the primary health care to pay all the facilities that have provided the services? Is there enough money that these hospitals then have to be paid on their time? That is the concern that we are raising now, that the parliament need to allocate money commensurate to what the president is declaring, that we are going to have health for everybody. The minister needs to ensure, and the health ministry needs to ensure that actually there's more budget into this health care, because that's what is bringing the problem. Because if we have enough, because contribution-wise, which we have looked into, we have the registered to be about 30 million, but we have those contributed to about 4 million. So that brings the burden aspect of it. But how do we ensure there's more money? Is either through ensuring everybody contributes once they have signed up, or ensuring that there's more money from the budgeting?
There was something that was floated, because I hear what you're saying. If you need 30 to then be able to fill the gap and you're receiving 4, it is clear that there's a problem. That you can't expect that somebody else who goes up and they've not paid up, that they would accept care because they would expect care because somebody else has paid up. But then how do you fill the vacuum? But then I think what happens is that there is a need for those in positions of leadership to then be a little bit more creative as to how this money can come. There are people who are not paid up because in their minds they cannot afford it. That we can ask somebody to give 6,000 shillings a year or 7,000 shillings, whatever the case may be, and when you provide them with that number, Daktari, you are you're with people every day. You see, when you provide people with that, they tell you absolutely not. I don't have that kind of money. But if you told them that in order for this situation which you're in currently, where you're looking for 500,000 shillings to take care of a hospital bill for your mum or for your brother or for whatever, if I provided you with an option whereby, you know what, you don't have 6,000 shillings today, but you have 20 shillings. Yes, you do. You have 20 shillings that you can put somewhere, and that by a certain period of time, it will gather up into this amount, so that in the event that you need this money for this medical care, you could have it. Do you see the possibility that authority can be a little bit more creative in terms of how we get this money? Because it's little drops that fill the pool. It's not this deluge at once. Is it possible, or am I being too basic about something that perhaps needs a lot more?
Yeah, I think that comes up as an insurance bias, where we see many insurance companies globally having a waiting period once you start paying. If you are going to access services for an insurance, you must pay. Some gives you 3 months to wait, some gives you 6 months, so that you become a continuous payer to access the particular services. And that's what was in NHIF. You used to pay, and then you don't pay and then get the services. You pay and wait. But I don't know, social aid authority, what happens is that you have not been paying, then you go register, and then you pay.
Yeah.
Now, for example,
and you want service now tomorrow.
And then the services.
In fact, the person is already in hospital.
You're in the hospital, right?
Yeah.
You pay 6,000,
yeah.
and it approves to pay for you 300,000. You see, that's what is happening now. So the advantages of that is that you will access the care. The disadvantages of that is that the fund may not have the money as expected because you are going to pay, get the care, and then go back home and not pay anymore. And that's what now the aspect of personal, the individuality, the ethic, the whatever you need to understand when to get this care. You need to pull the finances, but not everybody will work on that. And that's why when you look at, we went to court against social authority, and now I think we're in court of appeal with other civil societies. One element that the government had put into the social aid authority was that for you to access any public services, death certificate, birth certificate, marriage, and all this, then you had to show the evidence that you are actually paid up. But then we are a democratic country. This was stopped. This was stopped by the courts. And they had to really remove those particular clauses. Because I think that was one of the aspirations that they had, that will ensure everybody pays up. But then we have to look at it, that does it conform to the law of the country? Yes. So ideally, that's why we all come up and look at what ways will make it work. What ways will make the counties... Because for SHA to work, or social authority to work, there has to be hospitals that are operationalized, that are functioning. That you go to the Kuru PGH, that you will go to all these hospitals. There are doctors, there are equipments, there are drugs, there are wards that you will go, there are theatre services that will be offered. So can the counties make these hospitals operational? Then can we then look at what mechanisms do we ensure that there's more funds by the parliamentarians? And also by the contribution.
You know, Dr. One way, and this is unpopular opinion out there, and for a very long time it has been said, fine, there is SHA that people are paying for, contributory, that not everyone who's registered is paying for. But one thing that each and every single Kenyan is paying for is taxes, in one way or the other. In some products, in one way that you purchase it, one way or the other you pay for the taxes. Is it about time that members of parliament picked that up through a proposal, say, from the ministry, to have a portion of the tax, say, even if it's fuel, what everyone purchases, if it's cooking oil, that a portion of taxes from whatever you purchase goes into health? That even the counties can be creative and look at, even if it is cess, a portion of the taxes they collect through cess goes into healthcare to help fund the sector. Is that a creative way? Is it thinking outside the box? Many would say it is increasing taxes, but for healthcare to work in one way or the other, people must pay out.
The model that NHIF used to have was purely the contribution funded.
Yes.
But then you realize that the social authority, they try to combine the two. There is the tax-funded aspect of the primary health care. And that's why they say you register, and then you can access the care without having to do any contribution. Then there's part of them that is contributory. And that's where now there's the separations based on the benefits that people are able to access. But ideally, even if you look at the Nordic countries and you look even the elder that trying to bring up in South Africa, when it is purely tax funded, then it reduces the inequality in terms of access. And then it also empowers a functional public health systems. And that has to happen in a place where policies and law are followed, not here whereby people make policies and laws. And this is a reality. The Ministry of Health may be very good in making the policies and the laws and regulations, but do the counties follow the same? I've seen situations where counties are always in harms against these particular policies that are very progressive. So you end up having an effective relation or working environment between the counties and national. And that's why we keep on saying that when we have 48 minds to handle the healthcare, it becomes chaotic. The minister may be as progressive as he is now with the technical team that he has, the Dr. Moth, Dr. Lugan, the entire team, to ensure or forcefully try to deliver the healthcare. But that cannot happen when we have other 47 decisions that have to be made to realize this. Yes. Because those becomes the concern. And that's why at the end of the day, we need to evaluate and see what are the gains we've had with devolving healthcare. And are these gains able to make us access the healthcare as we expect in terms of value for the healthcare workers, in terms of the drugs for the patients, in terms of equipment, in terms of service delivery, vis-a-vis what would work better if we change it to this particular system.
So what would work better, and would you then be an advocate for re-centralizing healthcare in Kenya?
I have always been, and because I believe that it's not just a blanket decentralization. We are looking at this component of human resource, because when we have county governments also in charge of or autonomous in some aspect of healthcare, then there's going to be an improvement. When we let counties to be in charge of level 2, 3 to 4, level 2 to 3 facilities, then the aspect of primary healthcare as envisioned within the constitution is actually going to be good, because then these are mostly the primary healthcare services. But from level 3, level 4, 5, 6 ought to be at a national government in terms of the human resource component of it. Why? We have seen that now with the teachers. You see every county, they're trying to see to it that they have the good schools, because everything to do with the TSU, the number of teachers is budgeted centrally. If that happens, then, for example, at level 5 hospitals like Nakuru PGH, the county will be advocating to have this central body give them the right number of doctors and the maskers that they need, because it will not now be a burden of budget on them. It will be a focus on service delivery. And therefore, the issue of budgets will then be a matter of centralized issue. The strikes that we keep on having, and you realize even the clinical officers strike, the aspect is the ministry and the clinical officers have sorted it out. It's just a matter of, it's going to cover 150. But then the counties, none of them has had any engagement to get to ensure they have this CBA. We look at the Salary and Remuneration Commission has given guidelines on the wages that ought to be paid to the workers in 2024, 2025, 2026. And I can tell you, none of these particular guidelines has been followed by the counties, which, don't be surprised when you're going to have a strike for doctors, for nurses, for county workers, just to force counties to implement an SRC circular. That's the problem. So you see, that disjointment in action between the counties and national can make national do all humanly possible on one side, but county does exactly something that triggers the action that we're trying to avoid.
Just because they want to, not because they have to. I mean, somebody just decides to not cooperate. That's what we're talking about in terms of service delivery and governance.
Sometimes the Council of Governors is always an activist organization for the rights of the governors, regardless of the situation.
Solidarity.
The solidarity. So, and I saw it when you're having strikes with some counties, you'll see governors going up together, and even if something is wrong, they think it's right, because they are almost like a union. That's the same way SRC is a union for the national government. But in that process, some things that ought to be done, like a direction by a Public Service Commission is directly ignored by the Council of Governors on the issues that need to be implemented. So we still believe that for standardization, for better framework of management of promotions, for this payment of state reduction that has failed 13 years down into the devolution, for recruitment of healthcare workers, because now we are speaking about employment of 2,000 doctors by the Ministry of Health. We're not speaking about the employment of 2,000 doctors by the counties, the facilities where they work. We were talking about the UHC staff, the 8,000 of them that has been having the issues of wrangle. You will see the finances, the terms and everything has been approved by the ministry. But then you don't see the same effort, the same energy within the counties. So yes, with this disjointed, mega decision maker by many, result in the mess that we see.
There's a lot of work still to be done, but I do appreciate the fact that, Terry, that you talk about there being progression on one side, and that it's to hope that the little needles of progression will actually paint now a bigger picture of getting to the point where progress can be seen and achieved. That's the hope. And of course, with voices like yours to continue in this conversation. Thank you for coming this morning for us to be able to have this an update, and also then be able to look into what we hope for tomorrow. And hopefully, the sky is looking a little bit brighter.
I think you do, and I hope that the private hospitals that are affected across the country will take this heed correctly and ensure that when they're employing, they employ people with a lot of dignity. And we are saying here correctly that wherever the doctor is, pay them and employ them with dignity. When you engage doctors on locum, because we are going down now we wrote to private facilities across the country last 2 years ago that when you engage any doctor on locum, and the same thing we've told the hospitals, the public hospitals, you engage any doctor on locum, you must pay them as prescribed by a professional body, because these are professionals. They may want to charge hundreds of thousands, but because they've been limited to that 2,000, pay them. per hour. If you are to have them at night, pay them that 4,000 an hour. And if you decide on your own rate, then you need to manufacture your own professions. Because the ones that are prescribed by the councils then ought to be paid as prescribed by the professional body. And that's what you're going down to really campaign on now, this particular this year, to show that every doctor in every facility is given the dignity that they deserve, regardless of the country of origin.
Worth doing. Secretary General of the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Union is Dr. David Jatela. He's been here with us this morning. Thank you so much, Dr. Ari. And we look forward to the next discourse with you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Aseto.
At 2 minutes past 9. Good morning.
It is now 9 a.m. with ICEA Lion. Insurance and investment made simple for people like you, courtesy of ICEA Lion.
94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who are initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't, let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
You have land, Denis. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it. If you find a tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around. Why? Tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
He is himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament. So
he admitted that he bribed members of parliament.
Well, when he said
the government,
when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo ungekuwa umeenda mbali sana hii. So when we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu waulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 5 minutes after 9 o'clock, and this is the Situation Room. Kenya's biggest conversation continues. We've been talking health matters. My goodness, you know what? We can look at the issues, and a lot needs to be done. We can focus on what needs to happen. And that's why we have the conversations. Okay, can we roll up the sleeves and get the shovels out, put boots on the ground? Because there's quite a lot that still does need to be covered. Whether you're racing towards a developed society or whether you're just trying to manage things where you are. And that's why we have the conversations. It can be a little bit daunting. And like Mutuflani said this morning, are we lamenting or are we actually getting things done? Things need to be done. That is no secret. That is for sure. We'll have the conversations. We'll continue talking about it so that we can understand what our role is as well. Let's end the segment on a note of optimism, because at its core, ICEA is in the business of human growth and the joy of a better life. They want to romance the benefits of planning for the future in an upbeat and memorable way. So this isn't about fear. It's about the great life you can build when you're prepared. They help discerning individuals create wealth and protect themselves through innovative services, whether it's a wealth generation, whether it's protecting assets or retirement security. ICEA Lion is a brand for you. If you're not planning for the future with insurance and investments, it's high time you did. So what's your plan? That's the question. And you can get started on a better life at icealion.co.ke. So what I want you to do today as you get into this week is to remember that you can win. How can you win? You can do that with your KCB winning card. And so you ask the question, how can I actually make money by spending? What sorcery is this? Well, you can do that with the KCB winning card. You can get on to spending and you can actually win something as a result of this. And so what am I talking about here? That every time you shop, pay with your card. You're talking about a once-in-a-lifetime chance to win a dream getaway, all thanks to the KCB winning card. And here's how it works. If you bank with KCB and pay using your KCB debit, credit, or prepaid card, you can ensure that you actually get a chance to win every single time you pay. So you can... whether you're buying groceries, whether you're fueling your car, whether you are buying lunch or you're shopping online, just pay with your KCB card and get a chance to enter weekly, monthly and grand prize draws. Winners walk away with 10,000 shillings every week. Monthly winners walk away with 100,000 shillings. And you also get a chance for a wonderful getaway to Zanzibar, where your flight and accommodation is paid for, and as well as exciting excursions. So remember, paying with your KCB card isn't just safe and convenient. It could make you a winner. The more you pay with your KCB card, the better your chances of winning. So use your KCB card today, the winning card. And remember that terms and conditions apply. KCB, for people, for better. And getting into conversations this morning, we're going to go into an education one in just a minute, as we have conversations around what schools are doing to ensure that education is stops, right? And joining us this morning in the hot seat of the Situation Room is Mrs. Sally Chetalem Kiprop. She's the principal at Sunshine Schools and joins us in the hot seat this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm good.
Karibu sana.
Thank you so much.
A Happy New Year to you.
And Happy New Year to you too.
If you're like Aseto, we'll keep saying Happy New Year until the 15th of January. If you're like other people, if you come in April, we'll still say Happy New Year. So thank you for being in the Situation Room this morning. We're going to look at a number of things in terms of roots and future of education. Before we do that, Denis is going to welcome you, as we do in the Situation Room. We go around the African continent every week. We stop in a different African country and come back with their proverbs. Denis will tell you where we are. We'd love your interpretation.
Today we're in Africa's largest country by land, the 10th in the world. We are in Algeria. Capital is Algiers. It is a country whose 80% of its landmass is actually a desert, Sahara Desert, But they're rich as well. They have petroleum products, oil that they do export and helps them push their economy. But from this beautiful country, we have a proverb, and the proverb says, a friend is someone who shares your happiness and pains. How would you interpret that? What do you think the Barbers of Algeria are telling us?
That a friend in need is a friend indeed. Yeah. That we are friends, we're in our low and in our happy moments. Yeah.
Yeah, agreed. Agreed. It also says a lot in friends we have, but that disappear in times of pain. Yeah.
Okay.
For sure. Today is a very interesting day. It's the 12th of January, and it is the day that we're looking at, give or take, 800,000 students are making their way into high school for the first time, into senior secondary school. And they've been in 3 years of junior secondary school, and so now getting into pathways for the first time, and essentially putting the curriculum-based education to test. That will it actually do what it has done over the last, and they're the first ones, they're the pioneer class. So over the last 6 years, they've been in this system since they were in grade 3. And so now is really testing whether everything that they've learned and put together over the last 6 years will actually pass through the fire, because now they'll take the pathways for which supposed competence then will be tested. And the ministry tells us that this is it's groundbreaking, which I agree that it is. But then we're talking about putting to test what roots had been planted 6 years ago, whether they're actually coming out to be. And you, as the principal of Sunshine Schools, have seen some of these students pass through. We want to understand from a practitioner's point of view what it has taken to get students to this point, and whether we are actually seeing the seeds of success that have been planted and now sprouting. We'll go over to you on that.
Thank you so much for your invite. And I want to say for real that the schools that God has enabled us to establish have been established in such a way that they've been able to take care of the needs of these children under the CBE curriculum. From the lower classes up to the senior classes, the most critical thing is to provide for these children a support system where they're able to expose their talent. Unlike the other curriculum, what we're looking at now is a curriculum that would like to expose and build talent. So we, as an institution, have really the advantage of the qualified manpower, retooled staff, together with the resources in the institution that enable these learners to exploit that which is inbuilt in them. So the talent that the CBE curriculum is trying to bring up in the children is what we are now using our resources to make sure that that talent is actually exploited. So facilities in terms of for the three pathways, mostly the STEM pathway, where, as a developing nation, we look forward to industrialization, and we ensure that the STEM pathway is fully developed. And traditionally, schools that offer 3 sciences in the past, like ours, have that foundation of a science-based institution. So you find that students coming into the STEM pathway will literally find all the facilities, in the laboratories that are well stocked with the real items where they can now expose and, test what they see in the labs. We also are aware that these children they are multi-talented. They will not just have maybe the science pathway, where majority are, though, about 60%, but the other 25% are also gifted in social sciences. So the children that are not necessarily inclined towards the sciences and now have the option of exploiting what is in them with regards to social sciences. We're looking at journalists, we're looking at lawyers, we're looking at teachers, we're looking at international relations individuals, political analysts, all those are under the social sciences pathway. Then we also look at this other percentage, about 15%, who are gifted in sports, and other sport-related activities. So again, when it comes to that, you find that there's various pathways that we have under this curriculum is opening up children's minds. And this is something we can see from their young age. Now from primary, where we've seen them grow as an institution, because we started the primary school and we saw them. As we brought them into preschool, you can already see children, even when they play with toys, you can already see where they seem to be heading to. Then as they get into a grade 1 up to grade 6, already now they are building on that. You see students who are musicians playing, and when they get into grade JSS, now the grade 10, we now see real talent coming, and you can now point out exactly where a child is likely to go. Yes.
Yeah. You know, I've just heard you speak in terms of the different areas and what must be done to ensure that different cadres of children who have taken different pathways must get the very best. And this speaks to intentional investment to ensure that this curriculum is actually a success. So how critical is the investment into infrastructure, into facilities that will help these students succeed, as well as you've spoken on retooling? When you talk about retooling, what does that mean? Because many parents out here are saying a teacher is a teacher, but what's the difference between a teacher who's been retooled and a teacher who's not been retooled?
Thank you so much. Want to say on the resources that we are providing, just to ensure that the main purpose of providing these resources is to be able to support this child to achieve their dream. You see, if you want to go on sports and you don't have a sports field, you want to do swimming and you don't have a pool, then you find that you may be playing with sand and you will not exploit the talent. So we have done ensure that these facilities are there, like on the sports pathway, the swimming, the field, the basketball courts, tennis courts, volleyball, to ensure that they are able, whatever they learn, they're able to put it into practice. Same to the labs. You see, in other, you may do even dry labs just for them to conceptualize some items. But now here, practically, you have a fully stocked laboratory with the equipment, so that they can be, when you talk about a microscope, they're able to see, and they're able to see and monitor what are these small items which you cannot see unless you have a microscope, and they can be able to enlarge and see. So we have the facilities, why institutions have to really ensure that if, for example, you're running through the STEM pathway like we do, we ensure you have a fully stocked physics lab, chemistry lab, biology lab, and ensure that those facilities are there so that when the learners come, they're able to maximally utilize them and benefit from them. So
why is that important?
Very important, because this the learning now is taking a practical dimension. You see, gone are the days when you would just learn theory and memorize. Interestingly, this curriculum is about children doing. Seeing, doing, and doing it again with the support of the teacher. The teacher now becomes an instructor here. The teacher, the purpose of retooling is just to ensure that the teacher has also taken a different approach towards this education system that has come, which will not just be giving students notes to write. It's about preparing this teacher to be able to instruct the learner and more guide them towards the pathway which they have already taken. So retooling here, it means what we do is we take the teacher through a process of, like, would I call them in-service training, where you call members of the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, KICD, to come and take them through like a refresher course, as it were, so that now they are familiar on when we go into this new curriculum, what do we do with the learner? How do we handle them? Because they are very inquisitive, they want to do things, and you cannot afford to just dictate to them. You will have to guide them and through. So that's what we're calling retooling, is taking through the teachers through a process of a refresher course where they're able to learn more on how to handle the new students coming on their way.
When you look at the CBE, it is a journey that has included the entire populace pretty much. So there is the parent who's squarely involved. You remember a time when parents had a problem with practicals and homeworks that are being given. But you look at it, it is a journey that a parent is involved as well and is able to be part of the story, as opposed to before when Toto and Ashule, you just bring the results back home. And you've mentioned in terms of the support that these students do need for them to be successful. So here is a parent that is involved. We have a teacher that has gone through retooling, and you have facilities that are in place to help in ensuring that everything is a win. What has that done to these students as you compare with before? The support that also comes from the parent, because remember, the assessment it is a sum total of how this child has performed throughout their education period. It's not just about a class, but the entire journey. What has that done to this child if you compare with before?
Thank you so much. Yeah. It is true, I acknowledge that this journey is a tripartite agreement. It's the parent coming in, the teacher, and now the learner. The learners, what it does to them is that it builds confidence in them. And it gives them hope. When they know they have backup from every end. At home, they have the support system. The parents believe in them. They inspire them. And they give them a lot of expectations, of course. And when they come to school, the teacher is there to also support and encourage them in the pathway and give them the knowledge and the skills and also support them. Now, this learner comes out cushioned, knowing that everyone is offering them support. And what I like about this is that it's about the value addition to this child, because you see, every child is gifted differently. And so again here, we do not compare children directly, because every one of them is gifted differently. So every parent also knows the strengths of their own child, just like the teacher is also able to observe. And even a child can also be able to tell individually, this is what I'm made up of and this is what I'm capable of doing. So here it is to inspire. The child feels confident, feels they are well supported, they are cushioned, and then now the value addition, so that at the end of every season we see something that has changed in the life of the child.
How would you compare a time where the CBE did not exist and the school was still in existence and the students that were being churned out after a process and now? What's the difference in the output?
Okay, the output is actually very different, because I see these CBE students are more confident. They will talk to you and look at you straight in the eye, and they are more confident, as it were, even as we approach them, even as we interact with them. We're looking at the former students, the 844 students. Most of them are, of course, very careful and fairly timid. But when you look at the CBE children under this curriculum, they look like they are more confident, and they can actually ask questions. They'll tell you, I had a discussion with you yesterday, and this is what we agreed.
That's interesting. Yeah. Because there are students right now who straddled both curriculums. There are students who are CBE students today who were 844 students just 2 years ago. Literally. That student, can you see a difference?
In the student who is...
that same student who did grade 8, who did KCPE, and is actually, or a student who had not gotten into CBC while they were still in 844, and they've been in two different curriculums. One student, it has happened. We have students right now who were in 844 and have moved now to CBC with the transition. Can you see the difference that you speak of in that same student? that when this student was in 844, they were not so confident. But now that they're in CBE, they're actually a lot more confident because of the change in curriculum.
Yes, mostly the ones who are in the 844, not seen quite a number that have changed into CBE, because the current 844, like now, are in Form 3. And they are going to Form 4.
Yes.
And
they're going to Form 4 next year.
Next year.
Yeah.
And currently now that we have Form 3s and Form 4 who are under 844. The CBE are the ones that are now coming into grade 10 for the first time. And the ones in JSS and the rest. So these ones in grade 10 who are now the real, the CBE students are the ones I'm saying, you look at them outrightly, they are very confident. They will look at you straight in the eye, and they're able to speak up.
Okay.
They're able to defend, yes.
So this is my question. So like in a lot of high schools today, there are grade 10 students who are reporting this morning, right?
Yes.
What we're saying is that you will see a marked difference between a grade 10 student and a Form 3 student, because that's who they're going to meet.
Sure.
They're going to meet Form 3 and 4s.
Yes.
So there's a difference in how they operate between this grade 10 student and a Form 3 student.
Yes.
Okay.
There's a very clear difference, because these ones that are coming in, the CBE students, as I said, they are more confident. And they are more, they know they've taken their learning at their learning programs are with them. They've carried them along with them. Unlike our the former, where they still depend on the teacher, for guidance and for leadership. They still need to be a lot of support.
What else do you think is important in this education that is going to guarantee learning towards the pathway? I mean, beyond being confidence. I mean, I could take, Madam Misali, I could take a course, a life course in confidence, and it could do the same thing for me. What do you think about this education is actually going to set these learners on a pathway, maybe something you offer, on a pathway that will guarantee that in the future they have knowledge about these subjects that they would then go into life to practice, to make part of their future? What is it? I mean, is it the teaching? Is it a different kind of teaching? Is it a different kind of learning? From what you've seen over time, what is the indicating factor that brings about the difference?
Thank you so much. I believe that some of the key factors that would be very, very critical for these learners as they join in grade 10 is one is, of course, apart from their personal confidence, it's the provision of resources. How I wish that the provision of resources would cut across in terms of the materials, the learning materials, and also the provision of all that it requires in terms of the personnel, the teachers. More and more retooling, because we're talking about a new system of education, which as we speak, many have internalized, others are yet to. So we still require more and more retooling. We require more facilities in the institutions so that whichever pathway the child able to get in is able to be supported to be able to achieve their dreams. So that support in terms of the personnel, in terms of the resources.
You speak about confidence, right? And the confidence that is there, one would say, will also help just the child to make the decision they want in life, because pretty much that's what CBE wants to achieve, right? But here's a question where if you compare with a lot of Form 4s, one would say, I'm getting into medicine because that is what my parent wants me to do. I'm going to get into engineering because my dad is an engineer and I'm following that path. But here's a question where, with the CBE and it being a journey, one is able to track the strength of a child, hence a pathway that one goes into. But what happens in a situation where a parent has forced a student to get into a certain pathway, even if it's the sciences, but from what you see in school, because you live with this child, perhaps just a good footballer, both good in the fields, but still good in class. How would you be? How do you then, as the tutor, as the parent in school who understands the child's strengths in both in class and in the field, be able to guide this child and equally guide the parent and explain why one would be better than the other?
Thank you so much. Yeah, that's a tough balancing act for real, especially for children who are gifted. You know, there are children who are all round.
Yes.
We even see them when we look at their KJSA results, and you find some children who are actually all round. They've done pretty well across the subjects. Now for them, they'll be spoiled for choice. The parent would like them to pursue, say, the STEM pathway because they are looking at a doctor at home, and the child has the strength because they've done pretty well in the same. So actually it becomes a very tough, challenging act, but it would be good to just ask the child, sit to the child and tell them, you've done very well across this. What is in your heart? And you also look at the opportunities in our nation. You look at the opportunities that are out there as this child gets into these pathways, especially for the ones that are multi-talented. There are some that are clearly straightforward, where you can see the pathways outright and you want to support. But for the ones who are doing well across the subjects, it becomes quite challenging. But you have to really bring in the child, talk to them, involve them, and also involve the parents, so that you have a discussion around it together. Also looking at the future and the opportunities that the world has to offer.
What role do you think that testing and assessment plays in this education?
Testing
and assessment.
Yes, testing and assessment is a very critical part of this learning this program, because it will enable us to know what the child has understood, what the child is good at, and where they need improvement. So we have to keep testing them over and over again, so that you can be able to tell what they have understood and what they have not understood. And when you test a second time, you can tell that this child, maybe it was just a misunderstanding. You know, sometimes a child fails, not because they are foolish. Maybe there's just a small misunderstanding. So when you test and test again, you're able to, over time, tell what the child is capable of.
Or maybe they don't test well. There's some students who just don't test well, but they have the knowledge, they have the understanding, but a test is just difficult. Do you think that the education should take into consideration some of these social issues, that I may have the information, but I don't test well? I may know the information, but I'm unable to, if it's oral, for example, I'm unable to say because I have fear of public speaking, or I can't have... Do you think that these are things that should be taken into consideration, and how have you been able to mitigate some of these things? Or do we even pay attention to the fact that, yes, you could have a brilliant student in a particular pathway, but perhaps they get nervous when it comes to a test? I would imagine that these are some of the things that the education would take into consideration.
Thank you so much. Yeah, for real, it is true that our education system, unfortunately, does what we call summative evaluation at the end of a period. But I'm happy with this system, because now you see we are doing what we call the formative evaluation at the end of the term, at the end of KIPSEA, the end of grade 6, you know, cumulatively. Otherwise, I think the challenge of doing one exam at the end of it all has its own loopholes. Because for real, some children fall sick at the time of exam, or some are bereaved. You know, we've had cases where a child has just lost a parent and they're doing exams. You can imagine what impact it has on that particular child. So every system has its own challenges, but I believe that this is something that can really be taken into consideration, especially the advantage with this is the continuous evaluation, that every marks at every stage matter, so that cumulatively, when you have an issue at the very end, it's not the one that will bring you down. Because for real, there are children who have a phobia, even of an exam. You find them, maybe when it's exam time, they start now having issues because of different factors. Mostly phobia, the fear of exams, and also some things that are beyond their control, like those accidents that can happen, or even bereavements. When they do happen, you don't tell them it's exam time. So really, they matter a lot, and it would be good to consider children even who go through that. I know in the past, Kenya National Exam Council would consider children who are doing exams under duress. Those ones that are doing exam, they call them hardship cases, as it were. You've heard of cases where maybe children get a baby in the middle of an exam. There are hardship cases. It would be good to be very considerate, especially when it comes to tabulating the actual marks, to know who child did exam under what conditions. If you were sitting in prison, you could be very different from one doing in the maternity ward and the one sitting in a normal classroom. I think those are factors that would be of great use if that's considered.
Yeah. I mean, for CBE to be a success that you want to see with it, there has to be constant communication and engagement with the ministry. And one of the areas that this would enter into is like what we've just spoken to in terms of if there are hardships, consideration for students going through a tough period, as well as just some little loopholes here and there that needs to be fixed for it to be a success. So how has been the engagement with the government, the ministry, in just ensuring that all the nuts and bolts have been tightened, because everybody wants to win? I want to come to Sunshine today. There could be things that from your end you think needs to be done. How has been the engagement with the government in the implementation of CBE?
Thank you so much. I would say that every system comes with its own challenges. And every time a new system is being rolled out, it has teething problems. And I think that's a normal scenario in any organization. Anything, the changes that come with any new system. However, I feel that as the Ministry of Education, they really need to be in touch with the reality. They need to be in touch with reality. They need to literally visit the institutions, not with a view of trying to look for errors, but to understand how institutions operate. And practically and genuinely get to understand what, for example, challenges the institutions are going through. What are the teething problems? Like, I know as we speak, in terms of, would I say, population intake, some institutions are swelling beyond. And those are some of the teething problems. Every parent would like their child to go, for example, to Alliance Boys or to Kenya High. But again, you look at the capacity of those institutions. The ministry isn't able to literally visit, do a census, find what is the population that can be accommodated comfortably in those institutions. Do they have the necessary resources? And then that will inform their choices, even going forward. I know many county and sub-county schools are going through very difficult moments in terms of provision of the necessary equipment that and resources that the children require to pursue their various pathways. So I wish that they would be more in touch with reality. Come to the ground. Get to know what is happening. Yeah.
And what are some of those things that are happening? Because in order for us to have a genuine conversation, then it's necessary for us to understand what some of those things are. So when you say come to the ground and see what's happening, what are some of those things?
Thank you. One of some of the things that that will happen on the ground that they need to see is like the accommodation for those boarding schools. How many beds? What is the size of the dormitories? How about the dining hall? How about the food? How about the teachers? The number of staff vis-a-vis the population. So if you have to check, the CBE, we have to check the curriculum-based establishment to know if you are taking this number of students, is the number of teachers equivalent? And these students who come in, do we have enough, if it's boarding facilities? Do we have textbooks? Do we have a field? Is it able to accommodate all of them? If it's a science, do we have the laboratories? Do they have equipment? So, you have to look at a whole round facility to be able to know that you are able to comfortably accommodate the children in the various institutions where they are called upon.
You mentioned in terms of visiting and like the Gen Zs would say, "Kwa ground mambo ni different," you know, and it's important to just have a view on the same and how important that would be. But even while at that, in terms of the ministry just knowing exactly what is happening, and based off the earlier convo that you said, 60% of students that you have today are pursuing STEM. But then again, as a parent or as a student, I know it's sunshine. Whether I'm doing STEM or I'm doing social sciences, I just want to go to sunshine, right? But here is a situation where the population that would then come to school would be so much more that many would be turned away simply because there is no capacity. And that goes forth to affect quality of education that a child, or even the psyche of a child. So just how bad is the situation in terms of population pressures that as schools you have to deal with, and how that would affect the quality of education?
Thank you. You see, it depends on the quality of education will be determined by the provision of these facilities.
Yes.
So that quality is a sum total of many factors. So if they have enough staff and they have been retooled enough and you have the facilities, then the quality of that education will be better. But if the facilities are less and there's congestion and children are frustrated, they want to do a practical and they cannot have the space, definitely it will affect their overall production and productivity. So that's what I was saying, that as you're saying, it's true, people need to get to the ground to know what is in which institution and what numbers can comfortably be accommodated in those particular institutions, so that we avoid a scenario where we are overloading one institution with so many students, and yet some other schools, of course, which may not be as popular as it were, in quotes, are idle capacity, and there are also teachers there.
What do you think causes that situation? Because oftentimes for us to then look at, okay, this should not be the case, to then be able to look at what causes that, I think is important. What do you think causes a situation like this?
Usually what the main cause is, unfortunately, is there are schools that have been categorized over time as national, extra county. These are schools that traditionally over the years have been doing very well. And possibly government has put in also a lot of resources in these institutions. Those are, as it were, the most competitive schools. So everyone would like their child to go there. So that is what is causing all this, because now at the end of the day, when you see parents crying foul, it's because their child did well and they expect them to go to that national school. And now if they don't get access there, they get frustrated. Yeah, and now the principals also get frustrated. Now they want the parents are pestering them, and if they are able to allow them in, you see now the population will swell over and beyond what they are able to accommodate. It will bring congestion. And bring congestion, standards, everything else goes down.
You know, one thing that came with CBE was the decategorization of schools, and that was meant to create the equal working environment for all the schools in the country. But that notwithstanding, we've always known the schools that are there. Have we dealt with the decategorization of schools? And if not, what must the government do? What must all the stakeholders pretty much do to deal with that problem? Because if we do not deal with that, if we do not add more big schools across the country, we will always deal with the pressures that we see, the problems that we see today in admission. What must we do? What is it time that we had conversations and perhaps intentional investment into the education sector? And would you say that there is political goodwill in addressing the existing problems?
Thank you. Seriously speaking, the government has to go out of its way and avoid the rhetoric of just the theory. These schools literally require resources and facilities. Those schools where, as I say, everyone is going to the national schools, not because of the performance alone, but because of the resources. There are these other schools across the country, however way we like to categorize them. If the government does not go out of its way to literally provide resources, the much needed resources to these schools, the schools will continue to languish in poverty and in lack. And people will always run away from them. And the students who go there feel dejected. They already feel they are condemned, even as they go in there. So they already go with their heads down. They are going for failure. And that is the unfortunate bit, that when you condemn a child to a school which has nothing, they have only buildings, and a few of them, that child already is failing even as they join. So already that's failure. So the government has to go out of its way to literally provide the necessary capitation and resources to these institutions so that our schools are elevated. You see, like what happened in the county government scenario. The purpose of this county government was to bring equalization across the country, to ensure that every county is able to raise, get some capitation, and also develop, so that we don't have some that are still closed even up to this time. Same to schools. Some schools are still closed in the right sense of the word. In those rural schools across the country. There's a school that had, unfortunately, I was reading, I think, from your papers, the best student had a D+, and the rest were E's. If you enroll your child in such a school, what do you expect? So a government must go out of its way to ensure that they literally raise the standards of all the schools in the country and provide for them the necessary resources, at least the basic, so that every school can see light. Yeah. Otherwise, we'll continue fighting for the few so-called national schools, congesting them and overcrowding them, and creating a crisis in the rural areas.
What are some of the methods that have been employed, if at Sunshine, that have ensured that, students have all that they need to finish? Nobody has gone through a successful senior secondary system, because this is obviously the first time we're going at it for the CBE. But what are some things that have been done already to ensure that at least students or learners will be on the path towards that success?
Thank you. So at Sunshine Schools, and that's where we say now we have the advantage, is because we, as a school, has opened a path, the three pathways. Our science laboratories are more and more well equipped to ensure that the STEM pathway is covered. We have expanded our co-curricular activities to ensure that those that choose the social and sports pathway are comfortable. And we've also ensured that we've done a lot of retooling, as I said, taking teachers through processes of training by KICD over and over, and those particular ones that happen or equips the teachers better to handle the learners. And we've also done a new girls' dormitory. The school, Sunshine Schools, now is a mixed school. And our we have been mixed since preschool for primary. Now in JSS, for the last 2 years, we've also been mixed. And now in the senior school, we've also opened our doors to both boys and girls. And before that, we had to do a big dormitory for the girls that will carry all the grade 10 girls and the JSS girls, just to ensure that the facilities across the school have been expanded, just to give room and allow them. And we've also expanded to the old AMREF University. That's now part of our Sunshine Senior School, actually, accommodating the whole senior school.
Yeah, we'll talk about education facilities. We will talk about retooling. We will talk about the need for parents to be there to encourage the students. But there is the student who is also like an important stakeholder in all this. And one would say you hold their hands, you guide them. And at the end of the day, we have good citizens for the world, And with these, as I was just going through the recent results and some of the statements that you said, the students performed very well because they were respectful, calm, there was parent support. And these is some of the initiatives that teachers, together with parents, have ensured that children are able to perform. Aside from just looking at the results, how have you performed? How good of a swimmer are you? How good of a doctor you are at treating patients? How are these other life skills important to a child for us to say we have a good model of a human being that you are releasing to the world out there?
Thank you. One of the things we do, and which really gives me a lot of joy as a leader at Sunshine Schools, is the building of capacity in these children. And we tell them that we are there to do what we call value addition. And we also train them in Christian principles. We tell them that we want them to be the best globally. So when they grow in Sunshine, we tell them, apart from the academic excellence, we also want you to grow as a human being, dependable, trustworthy, a man of integrity or a leader of integrity, so that the world, you have something to be proud of as an individual. So as I said, like the group that just left Sunshine, our latest alumni were very calm students, and they were positive in terms of their thinking, and very composed human beings, confident, and we tell them, irrespective of your capacity as an individual, be confident, speak well, be positive, and ensure that whatever you do, you are always on a journey to self-improvement, because every person is different. And we tell them, because we are uniquely different, self-improvement, value addition is our joy. Yeah, so that is what we tell them, and we are very happy that we are growing men. And when they come to Sunshine, like for the boys, for a long time, we tell them, you bring in boys, you go out as men. As a man. You are strengthened as an individual, and your parents can rely on you.
It's interesting that we look at education as just something that children must do while they're children, and then because you can't just sit in your parents' house, you must go, you learn, you finish school. But it's more than that, isn't it? And what are we looking at in terms of what we are supplying into society later on? You talked about necessary foundations, but are you looking at a process whereby you're impressing upon the mind of this learner just how important this thing is for the future, at least giving the foundation that is needed? Is there an understanding? Do you see that there's an understanding as, I'm not just getting an education because my parents said I've got to go to school, but then understanding how you plug into community and society later as a result of the education that you've gotten beforehand?
Yes. In fact, something I would say, which is very true, is one of the things we plant in their hearts is that they should be somebody that the world can look up to. So as they clear their system of education, like the group that left, the Sunshine team, they did what we call community service, where they got all their items that were left with, they put together, and they said they want to visit somebody in the community who is not gifted. And they were able to even collect their money and provide the remaining of their materials and provide them. So, they left knowing, with their head's eye, knowing they've touched the life of someone on the ground. And now, as they left the school, I believe even as they come back for their Thanksgiving, they are very different individuals. They know they've touched lives, and they know going forward, they are there to touch more lives, and they are able there also to impact the world positively. And we've had quite a number of such students who have impacted our world in school and also out there very, very well.
For a very long time in schools, let's talk about 844. For a while, it would get to a period where we have mocks that are taking place, Form 3, Form 4. And it's usually called, it's sad to use that word, but a fire season, where you start seeing schools are up in fire here, every corner, simply because there is fear of exam that is coming and everyone is afraid of failing. But here then we have a new curriculum that is coming in to ensure, to look at a student not as a failure, not as someone who has no future in life, but that we are pushing you to bring out the best that there is in you. It is not about getting an A, but succeeding in an area that you are good in. And it is unfortunate that despite CBE as a model that is coming to cure that there are some schools in the country that there's no investment, and a student wants to run away from that, but because they're there, they feel condemned from the word go, like you said. Someone has failed already by the time they're joining. So if you look at CBE and how it is coming to cure the problem that we've had, the fire season, right? What must we all do? Not just the government, not just teachers, not just the national schools, not just the counties, but everybody, to ensure that this baby called CBE is a success.
Thank you. I think what we need as a whole nation is to appreciate that CBE is a milestone. It's a step in the right direction, because it's, as you're saying, it's going to cure a lot of issues, a lot of unnecessary competition and comparisons, because it is bringing out individual talent by every child, because whichever pathway that takes them, it is what is driving them. But what we need to do is just to encourage every child that we are gifted differently, we are multi-talented differently, so whatever the pathway that they are choosing, every child is choosing, must be supported by all the stakeholders. But more importantly, the government should be able to prepare such that all these pathways will become profitable to the learner. The learner should not go through a system of education where they know already, even after I've done with this course, they'll be at a dead end. Look at the sports pathway. The government should be able to think ahead of time to see, out of these 15% that are doing sports pathway, what are the opportunities for them when they complete? For the STEM, I have no problem, because we have a growing country. They will get into so many pathways for science. But the country need to plan way ahead of time, especially for the sports pathway. Which sports opportunities do we have in this country and beyond, that these children will be able to fit in as soon as they are done with their education system. Yeah.
Okay. So what are we looking at in terms of a future? First time grade 10s coming into Sunshine, coming into many schools around the country. What are you looking forward to as we get into this year?
We are looking forward to a very vibrant entry of grade 10s, pioneers of the CBE curriculum. And we're looking forward to providing for them the necessary resources, both boys and girls, so that they can be able to exploit the talent that already is in them, and also prepare them for the journey ahead. So we're looking forward to very confident children and providing all that we can to support them. As it were, CBE is about the teacher now not teaching, but being a supporter of the same system, and the schools that are there to provide the necessary equipment and resources, so that these children, when they fit in, they don't feel out of place, that whatever they require is already provided.
I think finally, what just now here is we have Form 3s, Form 4s, and we have the grade 10s who are getting in. I mean, how have you prepared the Form 3s, Form 4 to accept their juniors who are now seniors, in their curriculum?
Yes, in fact, that is one of the most interesting parts that as we close the year, when we told our students, our last ones of the 8th of as it were, from 3 and 4, that now we're bringing in grade 10 and both boys and girls are joining in, they were very thrilled. They're more than happy. And what we've done is we've created for them a room. Of course, now their curriculum is slightly different. Their operation hours are different, but we have already prepared them psychologically to know that they are going to be together with their siblings. And I must say, for us at Sunshine, they are very excited. The senior boys are very excited now to grow with their fellow siblings, brothers and sisters in the grade 10 going forward. But we have clear distinct classrooms and also laboratories for each group. And of course, as for the girls, we are provided a special dormitory far away as per the Ministry of Education guidance that they must be separated by a highway. So the girls' dormitory is far away and as different from the boys. And we have provided separate classrooms, washrooms, and every other thing. Yeah, that will make them very, very comfortable. Yes.
Of course, something that everybody's looking forward to. Thank you very much for sharing that with us this morning. Looking into, at least one area where many then will be able to thrive. Asante Sana. Ms. Sally Chet-Halem Kiprop is the principal, Sunshine Schools, has been here with us this morning looking into matters education and what has been prepared for students into this year. Thank you for being in the Situation Room this morning and for kicking off our conversations. Asante Sana.
Thank you so much for, again, the interaction. I've enjoyed them.
Karibu sana.
Thank you so much.
Sunshine.
Asante. And thank you for starting off today's, or rather this week's Situation Room with us this morning, as we've had a number of them. We'll get into more conversations into the rest of the week. Enjoy the rest of your listening on SpiceFM. Have a wonderful day, and we'll talk again, God willing, tomorrow morning. Good morning at 10:01.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi. This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day. Online, mobile, and on radio. Instagram at SpiceFM KE. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Have you tuned to the best Kalenjin radio today? Berur FM is the leading Kalenjin radio station in the Rift Valley. We are current, trendy, and bold. We bring you bold voices, big conversations, entertainment, and blessings every day. Follow us on Facebook, X, TikTok, and Instagram for the latest updates and vibes. And don't forget our live stream and YouTube. Berur FM, bold, factual, and resonating voices.
Spice up your life. Online, mobile, and on radio. Facebook at SpiceFM KE. This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi. More of the classics and the hits you love.
Promiscuous girl, whatever you are, I'm all alone.
Spice.
You played the best music.
94.4. You're listening to Spice FM.
Back to the music.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. 94.4 Spice FM.
You're looking good, mamacita. I've been in love since the Saint. And on a scale of 1 to 10, you a number that the world can't comprehend. What you thinking, sangria? I see you moving ballerina. You take me higher than a plane. Got me tipsy on your love like sweet champagne. Let's keep the music playing while we dance all night, never letting go, because there ain't no stopping us now. We're feeling good, and as long as you're here with me, every day gonna be a birthday party. Ain't no stopping us now. They
little loco. Lay on the beach, don't need no plans. Kick back all day with our feet in the sand.
And mommy gets on my dinero. She's turning heads in that sombrero. From Mexico to the Casa. Having fun in the best is yet to come. Let's keep the music playing while we dance all night. Never let it go. Ain't no stopping us now. We're feeling good, and as long as you're here with me, every day gonna be a birthday party. Ain't no stopping us now. No stopping us. They wish they could turn it up here on the floor, and there ain't no stopping us now.
SpiceFM funds. For only 5 bob, yes, only 5 shillings, you can now unlock any premium story on The Standard. We are talking powerful, exclusive, in-depth stories that go way beyond the free news. The kind of stories that keep you ahead, informed, and inspired. And guess what? The best part, you get to choose the story you want when you want it. One tap and the story is yours. That's why we call it Bobea na 5 bob. Don't miss out. Subscribe now at www.standardmedia.co.ke. The Standard Insider. Bobea na 5 bob kwa kila story.
Hi, this is Janet Jackson.
Hi, this is Lionel Richie.
Spice. More of the classics and the hits you love. 94.4 Spice FM. The greatest hits live here. Spice FM.
You got me sipping on something I can't compare to nothing I've ever